Morning. It's not quite as hot as that here today. All truth was known. Right, old jobby. Get this bloody thing right way round in a minute. You'd never guess the dogs were playing with the hose, would you? They love a good hose fight. Like you wouldn't believe. How we going today, boys? How we doing? Yes, it is a bit cooler today. Actually, it was actually cold last night. Go around closing all the windows. Which is actually, to be honest with you, far more welcome than the night before, which was, ugh, it was a night. So, you can see we're reconstituting various boards here. Try and get rid of this distortion on the, what I believe is the CV line to the VCOs. It's weird because it doesn't seem to show anything unusual on the scope, which is what's worrying me more than anything else. I think if there was an upset on a power line, it would show, wouldn't it? But nothing seems to show. We can definitely hear it. Or hear what sounds to be it. So I pointed the finger, well, for now, I pointed the finger at this SH board, which takes care of the sample and hold, hence the SH part of that. And just checking wirings and contacts and stuff as I go along. So it's sort of a repair and diagnostic at the same time. Right, let's have a look what we got. Let's take the screws and stays off the old one. Because we don't want it shorting out on the cooling grills. That would probably not be good. So Lily has all but destroyed the AstroTurf now. She got a good hold of one corner of it and tore a strip pretty much right across the garden. So it's now ruined. So she got her ass tanned. The difference being I made Fiona do it. Because she's very much a Fiona dog. So she said she didn't want to, hurt her or anything like that. And I said, well, you've got to get it through her skull, but she can't do that. So, and this morning it was all untouched. So fingers crossed. Because if she can leave it alone, I will get another one. But if she's going to keep chewing it up, I can't see the bleeding point, can you? But she had to get her ass tanned over it. Right, okay. Right, so that's board is swapped over. Hopefully it's either cures it or at least starts to point us in the right direction. Either way is an improvement where we are. You, oh yeah, well you're soaking wet now, aren't you? Yeah, you. Look at you. Look at you. Eh? Yeah, I know you're trying to use me as a towel, aren't you? Hmm? Wet dog. Still, count myself as lucky in the long run, don't I? Hmm? Eh? How many people can be at work with their dog next to them helping them? Yeah, not many people can do that, can they? So, you always count the luckies, don't you? Eh? Yeah. Right. No, no, don't. What? No, I'm not a towel. Do I look like a towel? Hmm? Right. I think you'll turn this on and see what happens. Hang on a second. I've just got to turn the oscilloscope on. And the tuner on. Here we go. So, yes. Do you know what? I tried a muzzle on Max, my my old dog. Mainly because he'd been very mistreated by the time I got him. I mean, really horribly mistreated. And suddenly he's getting love and affection. And the rest of the guys that we had, which was about 7 of them altogether, wanted to be his friend. And he didn't know what the fuck was going on. And he was a bit snappy. And although most of them could, handle themselves, there was a few very, very small little doggies that we had because he was quite a big lump. And we tried a muzzle, and it was the worst 2 hours of my life. He never stopped screaming. It was almost like he was going, oh, here we go. Got a new family and I'm getting abused, kind of thing. So, I mean, although I don't think Lily would see it like that, I don't know. I just get the situation with muzzles. I think I tell you what she needs. What she needs is, because she's bonded more with Fiona than me, which is fine. Fiona has to step up to the plate and take responsibility for what she does wrong, and she has to be able to discipline her. because saying bad dog from the other side of the room is not going to discipline that girl. She needs a little bit more, shall we say, hands-on. Probably why she is like she is now, because Fiona just really hasn't been stepping up to the plate. So, because she definitely is more focused on Fiona than me. And a lot of that probably has to do with, you know, Noah, Nelly, and Siri very much being focused on me. So, shall we say I laid down the law yesterday with her, for want of a better expression? So, Fiona's taking up responsibility and rewarding for good behaviour and kicking her ass when she does something wrong. So, see, if I tell her off, which I have done anyway, but if I tell her off, it just means that she'll misbehave when she's with Fiona. When Fiona's around, and she'll be uncontrollable, and sort of toe the line when I'm around. So she has to get the idea. There's certain things that she can't do. And since she's taken up the reins yesterday, there has been improvement already. So there you go. So there you go. I really don't want to turn this on, do I? I keep thinking it's going to blow up, don't I? Hmm? Are you coming around this side? Come around this side and sit there. There you go. There you are. All right. You just want to use me as a... Yeah, I am not a towel woman. Oh. All right, I'm turning it. No, I'm turning it on. Subject. Here we go. Ready? Well, nothing popped, did it? There's no smoke yet. No, sit down. Sit down. There's absolutely no sound either. That's interesting. Oh dear. I hate doing bloody board swaps. Must be mad. Right, do we have 8? We do. Do we have -6? We do. We have 15. -15 rather. We do. +15. We do. So why ain't it making any fucking noise? Got front panel lights. Okay, hang on. There's something else going on here. Speakers on? Yes. Right. Okay. Everything is on. Oh, you stupid. I know why it's not making any noise now. It is because the tuner is muted. Twat. Oh, close. The distortion is gone. So whatever is upset on this, something on here, on this board, is missing. A piece of shit. Okay, right. That means we can move on at last after a fucking week of pissing about with it. And you're sorry to hear first, folks. Right. All right, we'll let her warm up then. Let's get this out of the way. We'll let her warm up and then we'll calibrate again from the core up. What are you looking for, madam? Every morning. Well, I know it's not morning now, but every time you come in here, you have to examine every single thing, don't you? Inquisitive little girl. I don't know. So a good 5-10 minutes for warming up, I think, and then we'll take it from there. Let's put this over there. Oh, pull it all out. Pass it under that. And under them. There we go. Got 2 iPads and they're both low in power. So I'm going to charge both of them at the same time now. Right. Right, so we'll sit around like a melon for 10 minutes, waiting for this to get up to temp. Let's see if we can actually start putting it all back together properly. Because it'd be nice to get this done. It's funny because when I suggested to Fiona that we redo the AstroTurf out the back here, she's going, "No, we can't afford it. Oh, no, we can't afford it." And I said, "Oh," I said, "Why do you say that?" She said, "Because," she goes, "I remember paying for it when we had it done." I went, "Yeah." And she goes, "It cost, I think it was 2,800 quid." I went, "Right." And she goes, "You know, we can't be throwing that kind of money around at the moment, especially while we're still restoring a Mustang." I said, "Darling, we got to remember is, out of that 2,800 quid, 3 burly men came down They dug out the garden. They removed paving slabs and various bushes and stuff that were in the garden anyway, and fencing. And got a skip to throw it all into. Then they levelled it, sanded it, top cemented it, then resanded, then put up a wood frame right around the entire edge of the garden. Reset up the rockery to be just to finish where the workshop is, because there used to be a rockery just about here, and get rid of all that. And then resand, level, and then put down underlays and all that sort of stuff, and then the AstroTurf on top. As I said to her, I've had a look at AstroTurf, and to do that entire back garden with just the AstroTurf, because we've got everything else that was done, it's going to cost 280 quid, which is precisely a tenth of what she thought it was going to cost. So there you go. I said, or we could really push the boat out and go for something with a longer blade, because I think the blade that's on that is, I think it's cut to about 30 mil, and they do a 40 and a 45 and a 50. So if you want it to look the grass look longer. But the problem is the ones with the grass blades that are longer, because it's very clever. They have the green blades, right? And then in between, all over the place, they have these sort of like dead grass colour bits. They're all sort of like tangled around them all. Because when you on a lawn, when you cut a lawn and everything like that, and you get dead grass, which goes sort of like light brown, and the base, so it looks even more realistic. And I think stick another 180 quid on that, and Bod's right, we can do it in that stuff as well. This has got dead grass in it, but it's a very short blade. And she seemed to perk up. I said, well, look, it ain't going to happen until you got Lily in hand, and then I will lay a new lawn out there. So it'll only cost the cost of the AstroTurf. That's it. Delivery's free. So I need a 4 metre strip and I think it works out about 1.5 metre strip. For some reason, you can get it at 5 metres, but that's still not enough either. Oh, it's our boy. All right, love. Oh, we're going to have to stop talking about you now. We'll have to find something else to talk about.
Oh, well, never mind.
Perhaps something that's more interesting than AstroTurf. So, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Good lads.
A little bit cooler today, so that's.
I would say a lot cooler. In fact, very cloudy here.
Yeah, it was very here this morning. It was. I think it even tried to rain a little bit. Now it's just sort of.
Yeah, it seems to be coming up from Matt's direction.
Yeah.
So it's his fault. It's his fault.
Yeah.
Mind you, I could do with a reprieve actually from the intense heat.
Yeah.
Especially out here. Cool, even with the doors wide open.
Yeah.
It's like. Oh.
It was very thick and heavy, wasn't it?
Yeah. Charlie wasn't enjoying it at all.
No.
No, not at all. But he's also doesn't like the hose. So he sits indoors in the front room suffering all day long, poor little sod. Put a fan on for him. Think deep down he's scared of the fan because he won't go anywhere near it.
Oh, God. Yeah.
But as you know, Charlie is damaged goods.
Yes.
Shall we say, for want of a better word.
Indeed.
All right, if I clean my glasses, I might be able to see what I'm fucking doing.
So have you tried the new GeForce synth today?
No.
What? New synth?
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, what synth?
The one I told you about under NDA.
Oh,
Halogen FM.
oh yeah. Do you know what? What it is when somebody tells me something under NDA,
Your brain forgets.
it makes me want to go, right, well, now forget that. I mean, literally, because just in case you accidentally say something.
File it in the fuck it bucket.
Yeah. And it's sort of like, hey, what's this? I told you about it. I said, no.
Dear. No, launched at 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh, cool. Yeah, but it's not the same now that, I mean, technically both Chris and Dave aren't really
I think
involved.
Chris
in
is
it.
probably more involved still, but yeah.
Yeah, but even that's from a huge, as
he's
opposed
always-
to being hands-on.
Yeah, he's always been like back.
Yeah.
He doesn't. Yeah, he wants to just do the business stuff.
Although I would say the persona of the company hasn't changed because of it, but
No.
I think Chris and Dave would make sure that that's something that wouldn't happen. You know, and everything that the company stands for.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a parcel here that turned up, apparently,
No, he has.
addressed to me, and I have no idea.
Well, go and open it then.
I don't know what this is.
Is it heavy?
Not particularly, but it's a size,
Okay.
and it looks. I'm going, God, I haven't bought something on eBay and forgot about it, have I?
Not
Wouldn't be
something
the
for the
first time.
car.
Mate. But like I said, I have bought one of those evokes things.
Yes, you said, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much while you were doing the review. 'Cause seriously, because I heard that first sound, I went, yeah, I can use that.
Was that before or after I managed to get the right presets? Because
Well,
I'd
pretty
stuck
much.
it onto a.
Oh no, yeah. Before you, this was after you turned off echo cancellation and stuff as well, which always makes them sound. You know, anything you put through with your echo cancellations on sounds broken. Okay, right. Let's see what you would have won. One. Oh, what have we got here? I got a funny thing. This might be. Oh, I just remembered. I think I know what this is.
That in that box.
Yeah, and I thought I didn't. I went, no, I'm not buying it. But I must have actually bought it. If this is a power supply, which it is, I did buy it.
It's a power supply for what?
I will show you. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's an awful lot of packing. It's only not a big unit. But there again, that's what you want, isn't it? You want people to...
Oh, it comes with a unit as well.
Oh, yes. You want people to
It's a little
pack these things
reface.
well. Oh, we are... Nosie's turned up. Hello.
Oh, yeah.
You want to see what it is as well, do you?
Is it food, Dad?
Yeah. No. Although you can try eating it.
No, it's not the Evoke. It's A, too early, and B, not packed like they pack it.
It's a 19-inch rack.
Oh,
Okay. Any ideas?
19-inch rack. Synth?
I tell you what, when people find out what this is, they go, why have you bought that? Are you an
Synth?
idiot?
Is it
But-
synth?
No.
It's not synth. So what? It's effects?
But I can't play a synth without it. There's a clue. I can't play a synth without
Oh, right. So it's a reverb unit.
it. Yep. You know me so well,
19-inch
darling.
rack mount. Alesis.
Yeah?
Quadriverb.
What about
Ta-da! Very
the
nice.
bloke wanted, I think it was about 54 quid for it or something.
Oh, bloody hell, no.
And I went, nah. But apparently I went, nah, fuck it, it's only 54 quid and bought it.
Yeah, fuck it.
More because of this than that, but, you know.
Yeah.
But don't laugh. That isn't for the studio.
No?
No. It's in here.
Oh right, okay.
It is I know when an 80 is perfectly calibrated, but I have to put it through one of them first
Oh, fair enough. Wow.
because I know the all round tone, should we say?
Mm.
If it's gone that first, I can tell instantaneously. Whereas it takes a bit longer when it's dry.
Yeah.
But I don't think 80s were ever designed to be dry, to be honest. Right, if I move this box out of the way, little one, you can get by, can't you? There you go. So, yeah. A controversial place, the old girl.
Nice.
Because the old girl, I mean, I bought that new.
Mm.
It was like 525 quid or something.
Jeez. Yeah.
And that was, what, 80 something? 87, 80, I don't know, or early 90.
Yeah.
But trying 30 odd years ago. Which always makes me sort of go, "Bleh," every time I go to talk about the 90s being 30 years ago.
I know, right?
Ugh.
Somebody, where I can't, somewhere online, somebody mentioned that it was 30. Was it 30 years since the release of KD Lang's Ingenue album, which was huge at the time. Yeah, that single, Constant Craving. I always remember my ex-wife being. That was one of the CDs, one of the only CDs that when we split, she demanded that she had. I was like, yeah, whatever. But I used to listen to that album a lot. And somebody said, yeah, it's like it was 91, 95 or something. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's 30 years ago. And that's when I dug out that picture of me and the Chrysler in California, because that was 30 years ago this month that I was in California driving around for 15 days and nights.
What Chrysler was that?
A LeBaron 3-litre convertible. I mean, absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
The most poorly tuned 3-litre I've ever driven. Not that I've driven many, but it's definitely detuned to the point of, boredom.
Yeah. Mind you, they weren't exactly designed to run smoothly anyway.
No.
Not really.
But the thing is, top down,
yeah,
with most roads having a 55 mile an hour speed limit, doesn't matter,
Yeah.
So
open,
it was
open top is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no two ways about it.
We drove down the Pacific Highway from San Francisco to LA over 2 days, and you never lose sight of the ocean, and you got the top down, and you've got some cool music blaring, and the sun's shining, and the breeze is blowing. It was perfect. Absolutely
it's like
perfect.
being in the opening credits of a film.
Yeah, it does feel very cinematic.
Yeah.
It does feel very cinematic.
Steve McQueen with some blonde bit next to him.
Yeah. So I've said to my current wife, because I did that with my ex-wife.
The current one, yeah.
Yeah, number 2.
Yeah.
So I did that trip with my first wife, and I loved it, absolutely loved it. And there's lots of things I missed out because of time and stuff. What the fuck is going on out here?
Reversing.
My car's not parked anywhere near there.
Yeah,
Well, you can't really see it, but there's a fucking great lorry.
Yeah.
Jewson's lorry with 2-ton bags of sand on that is about 2 foot away from my house at the moment, reversing down this really narrow road.
Yeah.
It's not built for those sorts of lorries. Jesus. And then you've got neighbours that are impatient and want to get past. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what was I
that's
saying?
nothing new.
Yeah, so I said to the missus, I really want to do that again, because I wanted to go to I wanted to go to San Diego, but it was going to take like a day and a half more than we had time for. I wanted to go to Monument Valley, but again, that was quite a way out of the way. because
Yeah.
you don't realise how far you think Monument Valley, you think Death Valley, you think Grand Canyon, all this stuff, that it's in a little
Yeah.
corner of the United States. It isn't.
No.
It's across an area of land that's like 5 times the size of Britain,
Yeah.
and you want to try and see all of that in 50. It's not going to happen. So
Yeah, it was like
I
that thing
do
with
certain things differently.
It was that thing with I can't remember who it was now. They said they had to go and meet somebody in Washington, and so they flew over, landed at can't remember who it was. I think it was the one in New York, and drove up to Washington. They didn't fly direct to Washington for whatever reason it was. Probably regular route, slightly cheaper flights or something. Gets to Washington, and he's asking around, looking for this road, this building number and everything like that. And they're going, he's going, no, that's Washington State.
Yeah, other side of the country.
It's about 3,500 miles that way. So, well, yeah,
Up in the north. Yeah.
Yeah, 2,000 miles and slightly up. Yeah, get to California, right? I think you turn right,
and go up,
and then drive for another few days. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
should have got a more accurate address, mate. Fucking hell.
Now we did we flew into San Francisco, and that was on a Saturday. We had dinner, and we had our first night's hotel booked. So we picked the car up at the airport, went to the hotel, parked the car, had some dinner.
Yeah.
And then on the Sunday, that was our San Francisco day.
Right.
So I said to the hotel receptionist, I said, can you tell me of some good car parks that I can, that are close to the things that I want to see? And she goes, car park? I said, yeah, car park. Where you park your car. Oh, you mean parking lot? Yes, whatever you want to fucking call it.
But car park is not that different. You could work it out.
Colonials.
Fucking hell.
So anyway, she was completely unhelpful. So we drove in, and she said, if you drive in, you'll see, they're dotted around, and we found one, all right? And it was a little surface level parking lot, and it had a box, a big yellow box with the same amount of slots in it as there were car park spaces. And you had a number on your car park space, and you went over to the box, you found your number, and you slotted your $5 bill or whatever it was through the slot. There was no ticket. There was no mechanical thing. It was just like an honor system.
Yeah.
So you put your $5 or whatever it was in. Might have been more. And I said to the wife, I said, just make a note of the address, like the street name or something.
Yes.
And she went off, and she came back. She says, right, got it. So that when we were finished, I said, we'll get a cab, and we'll just say, take us here, and it'll bring us back to the car, and then we can go. So off we went, and we walked into sort of San Francisco, downtown San Francisco. We found a coffee shop, burger bar type thing, used the facilities, grabbed a coffee, and then went off and found Fisherman's Wharf and all the the touristy things that one does in San Francisco for a day. And it got to a point where we said, right, that's it. Let's go back to the hotel. So we jumped in a cab, and it was this really lovely, I think he was Polish guy, and my wife leaned over and said, can you take us to this address? And he goes, yep, no problem. Off we go. And about 10 minutes later, we stop, and we haven't got far out of San Francisco.
Right.
And he stops. He says, that'll be whatever it was. And I said, no, this isn't it. I said, my wife said, this is an address of where the car park is, or the parking lot. And he said, no, this is address. And I looked up, and we're outside this kind of corporate looking building. And on the face of the building is the address that my wife has given this guy. And then we noticed the name above the address. It's the head office of the company that owned the car park. She'd written down the head office address off of the big sign outside the car park rather than the actual car park address.
For Christ's sake.
So I said, oh gosh. So we tried to explain to him where we'd kind of come from, but we'd only been there a few hours. And in the end, I just said, look, it got to a point where I could see the meter running up quite a bit. So I said, look, can you just stop and let us out here? And we ended up wandering around for another hour or two. Ended up in Japantown, and it was about 5-6 o'clock in the evening, and we were just getting absolutely nowhere. So I phoned the police. I said, I've got no shame. I'm saying, I'm sorry. I'm a British tourist and I need help. And, bless him, the call handler put me on to someone, and that person said, okay, look, let's see if we can retrace our steps. After you parked your car, what did you do? I said, well, we walked a couple of blocks and we found this bar, cafe, burger, blah, blah, blah. She says, what was the name of that? And I said, I don't know. But I do remember it began with a Z or a Z. And she goes, oh, was it? And I can never remember the name of it, the actual, but it began with a Z. And she goes, I know that place. A lot of our people go there for their breaks and their coffee and stuff. So she said, this is the address, get in a cab. If you get to that point, do you think you can remember? I said, yeah, of course, because we literally walked 2 blocks and it was right there in front of us. And we jumped in the cab, we found that place, we got out the cab, we walked 2 blocks and found the car.
Bloody hell.
And then the following day, we left San Francisco and went all the way down Pacific Highway. Fucking hell, what's going on out here? Sorry. I think next door's doing something out in his back garden. He's having all this shit delivered. And we live in this tight little cul-de-sac, and this lorry is a fucking, I don't know, 20, 30 footer with a fucking great crane on the back. That's a good point, Wagyu. Why didn't we go in the office? Because it was a Saturday, I think. I'm sure that would have crossed our minds. It wasn't a Saturday. It was a Sunday, and so there wouldn't have been anybody there anyway. I'm sure that.
No, it's America.
Well, true.
They got quite stringent.
What's up is down, what's down is up.
Work ethics, haven't they?
Nah, I would imagine it had been closed. I'm sure we would have thought about that. But it's a good question. But
I'm
anyway,
glad I calibrated that one. Right.
We found it, and then proceeded to drive 3,000 miles around California, Arizona, Nevada, back into California.
Nice.
We had one blip where Yosemite was closed. The pass that went through Yosemite from Bishop over to San Francisco was closed. So we had to drive all the way back down to Bakersfield, spend the night in Bakersfield, and then do this really long run up to San Francisco to catch our flight home.
Yeah.
So, it was bloody good fun. It's the sort of holiday I like.
Yeah.
I'm not
put it down there a minute.
I'm not one that sits on beaches or lies on beaches and sucks up the sun. Stayed the night in Death Valley.
Oh, nice.
Which was very interesting.
Right, now I definitely have to mute it now, because it'd be going to be squeaking for a bit. Right, let's get the set this up again, I suppose. Oh, God.
What the fuck?
How many bloody angles this thing does.
Do you think when you order shit like this, you say, I live on a narrow road, so don't send the biggest fucking lorry that you can manage?
Oh, it depends on how much stuff they're sending, I suppose. Oh.
I'm so glad
guessing
my
here,
car's
of course.
well back off the road. Sorry?
I'm only guessing, of course, but... Get this on here. It's next to the scope, but...
If I wanted to, I could reach out this window and shake the driver's hand. He's that fucking close.
See if we can borrow a fiver off him.
Yeah.
Just like, open the window and go, wait, you got a fiver, mate? Oh, there we go. Set that up.
And I wonder
so the
if
folks at home can see what's going on.
Next door, the other side, has just bought himself a brand new Lexus SUV. And all he does is wash it and polish it, and then wash it again and polish it.
Oh. Well, I don't even do that to the Chrysler, so...
He's like constantly out there with a jet wash, and he's got his music going. I mean, he's old. He must be the same age as me, if not older. And he's got all this bloody bassy music. Oh, fucking hell, mate. Midlife crisis or what?
And that's kind
Oh,
of the wire of
okay.
it.
There goes the cab.
Can't fucking win here.
As long as you're past my ass, I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yes, so right, hopefully this is going to cure it.
So how far are you getting on with this thing then?
Well, I think I've ascertained which board was causing the distortion
Right.
in the CV. And basically what I've done is for now, I've taken the board out of that one, which I'd already restored.
Yeah.
But I didn't know which board it was. So what I did was, being a bit of a tart, went, well, it could be either, like, actually, it could be any board in here that's doing it
Yeah.
within reason, because the CV goes to like everything. But I fancied the SH board because it only has about 50 wires go to it, whereas the others have hundreds.
Right.
And I went, well, that'd be quick. Let's start with that one. And it was that one. So I got lucky, as it
Yeah.
were. Or at least so far. But it does sound like the distortion has gone. And now, hopefully, what I'm hoping now is it brings all the VCOs into, because there's quite a few voices that won't actually get into capture range.
Right.
So when you go to calibrate, and there's no more calibration left, and it's still fucking miles out. So hopefully, everything will settle down,
Yeah.
and I will be able to actually calibrate them. So what I'm going to do now is, well, at least do bank A first, bank one, and tune those 8 to A, and then tune them all to lower C, and then see what an absolute abortion it is at the end of that. So, right, voice one, we go. It's not 1,000 miles away, but it's out enough. Shit, I don't think I must have hit a key somewhere. Because that's not adjusting. Let me try this. It's the only trouble with it being muted. You can't tell which voice.
Mm.
Oh, that's nice and stable. That's encouraging. Right. Voice two. Okay. Right. These top ones, they're pain in the ass. That's 3. I think it was 6 that was miles, absolutely miles and miles and miles out, and had no calibration room on it. I don't think 4 was much better, actually. 5 was much better either. Every day. Every bloody day. What's the matter with you? Every single day, this bee comes in here and he bounces off the windows. Well done. I have this window open for him because he bounces off it. So I open it for him so he can come in because he wants to go over there for some reason. And but last few days he's been coming through the window and then going straight out the door, unhinged, right? But every day he has to have a little fly around first and bounce off a couple of those windows first and then go round and out. I'm going to have words with him tomorrow. Right. Well, oh, this one's still miles out. Was it 5 or 4? It is 5. Okay. Shit. Right. Let's have a look. where were we? Oh, that's G. It's going the wrong way. Okay, that one. Right, moment of truth. Voice 6. That's looking promising. Voice 6. But it really shows up when you go to do the scale trims. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so far. All right. All right, bottom C. Oh, bottom C. Here we go. Well, that's B. C. Here we go. Okay. It's 2. Okay. It's 3. That's out by a load. Voice 4. This is actually quite encouraging that they're out by so much. Because it means that something has radically changed in the system.
Yeah.
From the from when I calibrated them yesterday. Some of them are 3 tones out even. Okay. Still got to get to the octave ladder bit. 6 is saying D. Now look at that. Right, I've got a C on voice 6, and the trimmer is at least 100 degrees out from where it was originally. So that's encouraging. Right, 7. I've got a funny feeling we've got this whacked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, this is out by a lot. Okay. C, 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 C. Okay, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yep, that's at 2 foot. Bloody hell. No distortion. I don't know. I haven't even calibrated the other footages yet.
Look at that, eh?
It's that fucking a week I've spent trying to find out what it was, whether it was component level. The whole board. I wonder if it's delaminated. It's certainly old enough. Still, anyway. Okay, now I've got to calibrate all the other footages for each voice as well. Separately. Right, reset. Hello, Charles. You actually decided to come out. There's been quite a bond building between Lily and Charlie.
Yeah.
And they love to play together now. And they chase each other around the garden. And Lily is silent, right? But Charlie, bark, 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 right? And you think, okay, fine. They're playing together. It's really bringing Charlie out of his shell, which is
Mm.
we kind of hoped anyway. And what's not to like? Well, I tell you
Mm.
what's not to like. 3:30 in the mornings when they like to start doing their main game. I got small child sleeps in that bedroom there, and two boys that sleep in that bedroom there,
Mm.
who have to get up in the morning to go to school.
Yeah.
I mean, lazy ass here. If he goes, oh, do you know what? Fuck it, I'll go down at 12. I can. Those
Mm.
poor bastards can't.
No.
So I'm constantly coming down. When you look, after getting them to play together, and it's like,
No, you can't stop them.
now you can't. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can do it during the day. It's not fucking rocket science, right?
No, exactly.
But no, no. Yeah, we're going to do this, but we're going to make it awkward for you. Nah. Little bastards, aren't they? Anyway, 4 foot. Actually, the ideal place for that tuner is there.
There, isn't it? Yeah.
But the mains cables are saying no. So, anyway. Oh, we don't want to hear it, thank you. I don't want to hear this whining in my fucking ear for the next
Can I
20
get one of
minutes.
those? I didn't realise when I bought that, that's got a tuner on it as well.
Oh,
That little
cool.
Zoom pad, yeah. Not that I often have the need for a tuner.
Well, you're a little bit digital, aren't you, for that?
Well, there's plenty of analog, but it
Oh,
tunes
true.
itself.
But
It tunes
normally
itself.
with auto tuning circuits.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Somebody asked me if I would design an auto tuner for this.
Right.
Bloke called Cadam. Could make up his mind whether he wanted to be called Adam or not, I suppose. And he said, "Could you do it?" And I said, "Yeah, I could do it." I said, "But I can't see the point." He went, "Why?" I said, "Because if it tunes it and it goes, yes, but there's still one not tuned because
Mm.
it's gone out for some reason, it won't be able to pull it back enough for you to be able to play it. You know?
Mm.
So you'd have to still have it calibrated in the traditional way anyway.
Yeah.
Like on a memory mode, you can hit auto tune on a memory mode and it'll come back three tuned. Now you've got to open it up and bring the other three voices back into the capture range, which is fucking tiny on a memory
Mm.
mode. So you'd have all this extra electronics in there, which means more to fall over
Yeah.
and everything else. I said, to be honest with you, mate, it's not really worth it. So, but he wasn't having it. So I built him one. And it cost him 4 grand.
Jesus.
But I have seen him on YouTube a couple of times boasting about how he has the only CS80 with an auto tune circuit in it. I didn't have the heart to tell him that it wasn't the only one with an auto tune circuit in it, but nah.
You can
Let him enjoy it. Let him
let
enjoy it.
people argue about that on the internet in 20 years' time. They didn't
Yeah.
do a CS80 with an auto. Well, mine's got one. Well, so has mine. Well, mine was the only one. Well, no, it isn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'll
Ladies and
blow up on the
gentlemen,
forums.
fight!
Yeah.
Right, that should be the 4 foot tune. So it looks like maybe this reverb couldn't have turned up at a better time.
Yeah, exactly.
8 foot. Okay, it's 8 foot now. Are you snuffling, Charles? Look at that rock fucking steady Eddie. Excellent.
I'm just going to go get a drink.
Quest one. Yeah, I've got to do the same in a minute. I won't until you come back. Two. The last two footages are much easier to calibrate because they're easier to find. You use bigger trimmers. Beautiful. 7. Oh dear, Charlie. Has it gone up your nose? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Okay. So now to 16 foot. It's out the other way slightly. Brilliant. Excellent. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Okay. Bank 1 has tuned. Cool. We might be getting somewhere after all. Move on to bank 2 then. Oh. You tell him, Charlie. You tell him. Yeah, sort him out. Sort her out. Come on. Well, somebody hasn't got a cougar tap. Seriously, can't recommend those taps enough. Well, apart from the price. It's a bit of an arm and a leg, I have to admit. But that, instant kettle hot water is pretty cool, to be honest. I must admit, it's nice to see Charlie play. We never thought we'd ever see him play.
Oh, fuck.
Just saying how nice it is to see Charlie playing. And it's all because of Lily. But I suppose the downside is watching Charlie play, but it's cost us about 10 grand in damages. But hey, what price happiness, eh?
Well, indeed. Indeed.
That's it. Take it indoors. That'll fucking piss her off. That's it. They're all kicking off now. Yay. Go and deal with it, woman. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plug sockets being used. And, oh, wait a minute. 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't believe it. The workshop doesn't have a plug socket available to plug the Wii button. There must be another extension in here somewhere. I'm talking ridiculous.
I see Behringer have been,
I
guess, forced to make changes to that guitar pedal. Do you remember? They produced a guitar pedal that, to all intents and purposes, looked and was called the same and had the same logo and everything.
Indeed, yeah.
They've released an update to it, which now has Behringer written clearly at the top. It's not called the Centaur anymore. It's called the Centaura. Yeah. So.
Oh well.
Either they changed it before it got to court.
Yeah.
Well,
I suppose, at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff was, just abandoned by the companies anyway. So
Yeah.
Well, it turns on. That's
Cool.
something. Right. I haven't really got a stereo set up yet, but oh, I think I've only got one speaker on the move at the moment. But let's have a look. So that's an output. Let's call that left. Okay. We need two more jacks. What we got? There's one there. We've got some nice Potsian ones here. They look expensive. If they're expensive, my music will sound so much better. Oh, and they're gold. Oh, talk about going up in the world. Fucking hell. Right. Yeah. Lovely. Wonder if this other speaker worked. Be nice if we have it in stereo. He said. Wondering. Let's go. I don't know. Second powered speakers do I have them? And if it's more than two, why? Is the follow-up question. Right, and there's an extension on it. Excellent. Oh, another strip. Okay. I'll tell you what, there's enough equipment in here to set up a bloody Jethro Tull concert. So much gear. Right. Oh, what's that one? What's that connect? Where's it going to? I don't even know where it bloody goes to. If it's needed or not. I don't want another ICE. Have a white ICE because it's to hand. Oh. I think once I get this 80 working proper, I'm going to have to tidy this workshop up somewhat. No, I don't. Oh, no, the light came on. All right. So we want is a long 1/4 inch. And I think we're rocking and rolling.
Erasio, did you find mine yet?
What's that, love?
He's saying he's just found that Manny did some patches for the new G4 synth. I said, well, have you found mine yet? I've got some in there.
You?
Me. That was the thing.
Once
I found out Manny was doing patches, I was like, oh shit.
Oh no. He's been moonlighting. Right.
Just use the filter feature in the browser, Asio. If you just search by author and then just type in Robbie or Puricelli. Robbie's probably easy to spell.
That geezer.
And then you'll find I think I've got 5 or 6 in the alpha section, which is like the creme de la creme.
Oh, look at you.
But honestly, I listened to Manny's patches and it was like,
yeah, I always like listening to man's patches on something. It has to be said.
oh dear.
It's the same with whatchamacallit? I can't remember them. Howie's.
Oh, Howie Scar. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Program. Nine. Page.
No, Chris, it's not a DX7 clone. It's FM, but it's two operator, and it is inspired by a very rare Japanese FM synth that isn't made by Yamaha, but we can't say what it is yet. Anyway,
Right. I'm going to have to make up my test patch again on the quadriver, but
yeah.
really I can remember most of the parameters. Let's have a look and see what we got. This is for bank 1 anyway. Do we hear anything? We
Nope.
do not. We're here. Fuck all. Which is always good for a laugh. Oh. Okay. Like doing the final balancing hard if you can't hear it. Nice. Yeah, right and left. Yeah. Input. Output. So even if that new speaker wasn't working, you'd still hear the old one.
Mm.
What's the score? Why? Oh, hang on. No, it's on. It is turned on. Don't tell me about a quadriver, but it doesn't work. Anything I need. We can find out. Plug it directly into the synth. You can hear it.
Just heard a very high pitched.
Yeah, it was top C. Plug into the reverb. Right, input's turned up. Yep. Oh, I've been sold at Dad. Reading nothing on the audio input indicator. Oh. I may have found out why this is so cheap.
Mm.
It kind of wants to make a noise. It doesn't. Swap them over and it doesn't.
What bloody hell's going on here?
No, not hearing anything at all.
No, it's not. Oh, I don't know how quadriverb works, so.
Well, I'll try some of the off-the-shelf presets and see what I can get. No. There's nothing coming out of it. Well, that's a bit of an arse.
If only you knew somebody.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, on these quadriverbs, they have this central processor chip in a ZIF socket, and they are rocking horse shit. There's no alternate outputs, and it's not like it's got XLRs. So
you got the inputs dialed up.
Yeah,
dry,
the
wet
input's turned up, but it's not showing anything coming in. But if I bypass the reverb, you can hear it come out of the speaker. Oh. Anyway, okay. Well, look, for calibration purposes, at least, I'll just do it without a reverb at the moment. But there is also the possibility of being able to build one quadriverb from the two. You know, the broken one and the other broken one. And hopefully it's not the same parts that are broken. don't want this too loud. Yeah. I think bank 2 might need calibrating. Not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But if you play it and it sounds like it should have a monkey dancing on top of it, it needs calibrating. All right, mister, I've got reverb. Rubbing it in.
I forgot made that one.
Oh, that's because, yeah, okay. It's bypassing the mute. Lily, what are you eating? What is that? Oh, okay. It's all right. No, it's all right. That's your chew toy. You're allowed to chew that. That's what it's for. Don't you have to look so guilty. What's it? Well, that's a nice one. What's she based on?
A rare Japanese FM synthesizer that isn't made by Yamaha.
Good God. Is it Casio?
Don't know. They won't tell me.
Oh.
I said to Jerome, because in the blurb it said inspired by or something, a famous, a rare Japanese FM synthesizer. So I emailed Jerome and said, what is it? Is it, because if it's 2-op, then it'd probably be one of the early Yamahas. And he just came back and he said, it's not Yamaha. And I said,
not Yamaha.
No. So I responded to him saying, does my NDA count for nothing around here?
Yeah.
And he's just bastard's not telling me. So I don't know whether it's. I don't know whether Korg did something that was rare. And that's the thing. If you, it makes it.
Yeah, let your other business partner in, Rob.
Sorry, what? Oh, fuck! Didn't see him there.
Yeah.
I've got another screen open over it.
Yeah. I heard something go boom.
Hello.
What?
Morning.
I was about to say, that's sounding magnificent, Kent. You looks like you fixed it.
Actually, I think I have. I actually think I have. Just calibrating on that. It looks. Oh, bloody hell, that's miles out.
Is that something we can know about or not? Robbie?
Yes, it came out today.
What is it?
Halogen FM by GeForce.
Halogen FM. Okay. I shall have to look that up.
I call that one Bionic Bounce.
There must be something in her genetic makeup that's got to give you clues to what it's actually based on.
It's 2-operator FM. It's got a ring modulator.
That sounds Synclavier territory, doesn't it?
Well, to a point, but yeah. But it's based on a rare Japanese FM synth that isn't made by Yamaha. That's all I know. But it's good.
It's certainly given a nice selection of sounds, that's for sure.
You wait till you hear Manny's shit. Fucking hell.
What, the master?
The Master.
The master.
Yeah.
Well, I would have bet you a tenner that last one sounded like a DX. Didn't it?
As
Yeah.
does that.
Yeah. Well, that's actually called Brassy DX.
What if it's from one of the Japanese organ manufacturers?
Yes, the Barstool did some bloody good stuff in there.
Right, so that should be 4 foot.
But there is some other.
So it's not going to be Casio.
The beauty,
Got delicious
beauty of this
reverb on
thing,
it.
yeah. The beauty of this thing is it's got this what they call the spark engine. So you got all around the interface there is little sparks, and they're basically randomized features, or yeah, they're just randomized stuff. But I don't know what's going on under the hood. But every time you hit that random, sometimes on a synth and you just go through random and like, yeah, that's all right, that's all right. Oh, that hurts my ears. Oh, that's all right, that's all right. Oh my god, that's awful. This, every time you press that button, the result, whether it might not be what you're after, it's usable. It's actually quite usable. So you can start just flicking through. Like, I'll do this, right? Here we go. So this is a complete voice. Everything gets randomized. It's all right. It's not offensive.
Yeah. Nice.
This is just completely random. And it's when I was doing this stuff, I was just hitting that until I found something that was, yeah, I can work with that. And then you just go ahead and start then digging in and messing around, and you can do spark on the entire stuff, or you can do it on a per operator basis, or you can spark the some of the macros. And yeah,
I'm with you, Wagoo. It sounds. I mean, yeah. Casio is one with their PD. What about didn't Kawai or did Tysco ever flirt with FM?
There's a thought.
Keith can't find the water bottles. What's going on there then? Let's get you a link, Keithy, my boy.
The Akai, I don't think the Akai AX. I didn't think that had FM.
Rare. This is a rare thing, apparently.
Yeah. Kawai MS710. Korg 707. Anywho.
16.
When are you going to take a hand grenade to your workshop and clear it up, Kent?
I clear up the workshop when it's either absolutely unbelievably out of whack, or I finish a particular job. Which means I might be tidying it up today.
Bloody hell. So, what were you had that thing just causing you all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
What was the issue? Was it tracks again, or what was the story?
Don't know.
You fixed
I haven't investigated.
But it's just working.
No. What I've done is replace the board completely. I'm just happy that I replaced the right board.
Which board was it?
SH.
Really?
Yeah. So it was distorting the CV to everything. Everywhere the CV went, which is nearly everywhere on this, by the way, it was jumping about all over the place like an old tart. Oh, you silly shit. You turned the wrong one.
That's weird. So now you
Yeah.
can look on that board to try and find out what the issue is, so you can get it back in the other machine. Yes.
Yeah. Well, now that I know which board it is, I can just go to town on her,
Okay.
even if it means replacing every single part on it, or redoing the tracks.
Mm.
Right, put that one straight again. Since you moved it, you twat. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Now
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I have to balance up the bottom C's.
Right.
Oh. Four. Here we go. 4.
Right, I'm going to have to jump off, I think.
Okie dokie. I've got to edit a vagina.
Oh, you idiot.
And there it is. It's a medical video.
Nope, so let me do
That might need a little bit of adjustment.
Right, I will see you all in a bit. And
All right, darling.
Keith,
A bit.
Keith, I'll send you a link for that in a little while.
And all the octaves have the aftertouch. Yay!
Yay.
There we go then.
And there you have it.
Right, she just needs a topping and tailing then. A week fighting that fucking distortion. Oh well.
Oh well. Never mind, eh?
Well, it is what it is, isn't it? That means they can probably come and collect this at the weekend if they want.
You say that as someone who would rather they didn't.
Hmm? You what? You dropped out. What?
You say that as one who rather that you would that. I wish my brain would work today. Fuck's sakes. You were
welcome to
saying
the
that
club.
as one who would rather they actually didn't.
No, it's just that it's a palaver because they want to come down and they want to test it before they take it. And I mean, I've had customers here 4 hours making sure everything's absolutely fine before they cast it off, because it's so bleeding heavy, right? It's such a pain in the arse to move around. They want to be absolutely sure it's done. And what they fail to realise is what they're doing, I've already done, because I don't want it coming back once it's out the door.
Yeah.
But hey,
Well, there is that.
well, they're paying through the nose. They want their peace of mind, fair dues. But it kind of takes up my entire fucking day. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
So,
I do. I know exactly what you mean.
but I mean, if Steve's going to come down and play some of his hits on it in the garden, yeah, okay, bring it on. I think of worse things to do.
If you like, I could come and play some of my hits in the garden.
Yeah. Set up a microphone for him. And he's fucking gone, mate.
And
then while he's here, he can play that one and see how far up the tree this one actually is now. Although that one's now inherited the distortion, but at least I know which board it is. So, but there's so much more wrong with that one, and I mean really horrible problems, that I don't know if that'll ever actually be in a what we would call a usable condition. It's that buggered.
Really?
And I don't think the bloke's got that much money or wants to throw that much money at it, to be honest. And I can tell through he has not tried to get in contact with me in 14 months. And that's the giveaway.
Right.
We know how intense he is on getting it back. Obviously, he just wants it to get it working. So I would imagine that the phone would start ringing, say, a few weeks before the auction. That would surprise me, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. So, yeah, the phone will start ringing then. When is the next auction?
Is it April and November? Something like that,
yeah.
Something like that,
Yeah.
isn't it? So
you've got time.
Yeah. But every time they do the do you know what? I've forgotten the name of it. What's the name of the auction?
Oh,
Vermeer.
There we go.
Yeah, Vermeer. Now when people say Vermeer to me, the hairs on the back of my neck go up now, because I go, no, excuse me, I didn't get paid for the last fucking shit I had to do for Vermeer. Not Vermeer's fault, by the way. That's the customers themselves directly.
Yeah, no, I understand that one. I understand that very, very well. And this guy the other one,
well, if he phones me up and he goes, look, we've got this machine here, somebody's bidding on it, they're definitely having it and all the rest of it, and it has an issue, could you look at it for us? And I will go, yeah, okay, and fix the problem for them so the sale goes through. But now I'm thinking, yes, I'll get it all sorted out for you. This is what it's going to cost. Just send the money with the synth.
I think you've got to start doing some of that.
Yeah. So,
although,
like I said,
with
Steve's
one, you're going to be losing money on that because the amount of time you spent, right?
Yeah, but that's the name of the game.
Well, I suppose, yeah.
And you can't charge people for the amount of time you spent on something.
I think you'll find you can. But
well, no. What they're doing is they're paying you to fix it. They're not paying you to struggle to fix it. You get what I mean?
I do, but that's the real world intrudes into that, and the truth is, if it's going to take you so much longer to fix something because it has additional problems that neither they nor you were aware of, then that's a problem with the machine, and you either have to go back to them and say, this is going to take longer, there's going to be an additional charge.
Well, I do look at
Or
it
they can-
sometimes as taking, because I had already quoted this to the penny. I'd already quoted it to the penny. Now the fact is, it's taken me what technically it works out as a week longer than it should have done. Is an error in my assessment, and not he shouldn't be paying for the error in my assessment. However, that said, Fiona introduced the £85 minimum fee, right? And what resulted in that was somebody would come down knowing it's £85 minimum fee per unit, right? And they would bring down 4 keyboards that need new backup batteries.
Right.
Okay. And then, so literally 20 minutes later, those keyboards are back at the front door.
Ah.
You see what I mean? Swings and roundabouts.
I do. It's kind of swings and roundabouts, yeah.
Yeah, but you see that I don't know. I think all right. Call it.
Listen.
Sake,
I get
call it
from a customer point of view, I get it, and I love your approach. That's kind of great. You will fix whatever the fuck's wrong with it, even if you have to put in 5 times as many hours and buy lots more components, because you said you do it for this. Then that's all I have to pay. Whoopsie, I'm quids in. But that's no way to. I mean, I get it. I mean, I suppose people are short on cash. It's down to whether or not at the end of it you are still making some money, and whether or not they're willing to pay you to do it. If people were to pay you up front, that would be different. But if they're not paying you until after it's been sold, that's a whole fucking other thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I hadn't had trouble with Virma before. Well, actually, I haven't had trouble with Virma at all.
No, never. It's
just
the
poor sod that's in the middle.
Yeah.
He's just the middle guy. He's got no control over what's going on. But
no.
Yeah, it makes me a bit more wary about the next auction. Anyway, but I don't know. I mean, I don't do bad. All right, sometimes you get a job comes along, kicks you in the bollocks. Fair dues. I mean, you can't, plan for everything.
Well,
but because I don't want to be like some of the other repair places that just charge a fucking fortune, and then the next thing you know, these people are bringing it down to me. Can you fix it for me? Because I spent $3,000 getting this thing sorted out, and it still doesn't work properly. And I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy that's charging a ton of money and then, getting bad mouth behind my back. Don't fancy that. I didn't get into this for that. I didn't get into this for the money. In many respects.
Clearly.
Well, look, I've said to you before, haven't I? I said I don't like money.
Yeah.
I don't like what it does to people. If I could get by without having money, I fucking would. But yeah, I have a few things that I like to buy, and it's a necessity to have money in the bank to pay bills and blah, 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 blah. So I do this.
Yeah, money isn't always the driver, is it?
It's never been the driver for me. I have no interest in money. I've seen what money does to people. I've seen what it's done to other members of my family, put it that way. And nah.
But it does allow you to repair the Mustang.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Mustang hasn't cost very much so far anyway. But it did allow me to get the money together to buy the Mustang. So, again, swings and roundabouts.
Well, I still think you're a colossal tosser.
Yeah, so do I.
Well, there we
go.
But
I'm happy being a colossal tosser. That's what's important.
Oh, that's all right then.
Yeah.
That's good. So we got that sorted out. Good.
So, yeah, so I got no problem with that. That's all.
Is my mic loud enough, by the way?
Yes, absolutely fine.
Oh. Do I look pretty today?
No more than usual.
No more. There you go. Hang on a minute.
See?
That deserves a spotlight. Ta-da! Right, enough of that.
So what's going on this week then? What are you up to?
Well, right now I'm editing something to do with women's health,
Oh, okay.
which is kind of interesting.
What
Being
aspect
paid
of
to
women's health would that be then?
It's to do with both reproductive and or postmenopausal. Both sides of that, all the chemistry and the what's the word I'm looking for? Medication that can help that and explain how it works, what it is, how to use it, how to insert certain preparations into certain areas and why,
Okay.
with animations
Mm.
and voices and things. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's one of those. I'm doing that. And then in the meantime, I spent the weekend. So yes, last week I cleared my office or part of my office. Over the weekend, I went through around 400 CDs and DVDs with data on, working out which were things that I needed, what were programs that I needed to keep that I couldn't get off the net, that kind of stuff. And I've been through all of it, and I've got a tiny little pile like that now of CDs or DVDs. I mean, hundreds I've thrown out, and I'm doing the same at the moment. I've been through lots of hard drives, including ones. These are the ones that are going in, that are in your or the Synology. So I've just uprated all of those and swapped them out for brand new ones. I spent the weekend, last week and the weekend, just rebuilding the RAID I currently have with new things, testing it. I've yet to take all the old data off, but I thought I'd rebuild everything. Not rebuild it. I'd hot swap things out. And rebuild it a bit at a time, which takes quite some time, but it's all done now. So,
cool.
Hello. Yeah. So I just need to transfer data. Yeah.
Down a bit. I'm going to start putting this girl back together under the keyboard now at last.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to put it up here. Put it in front of it.
There we go. I've also replaced the CPU on this and upgraded it to 6 gigs of RAM.
All right.
I've not bothered with an NVMe drive or a SSD on there because that's really only useful if you're doing thousands of tiny files.
Right. Yeah, because access time goes through the roof then, doesn't it?
Yeah.
NAS is thing,
RAIDs are good at, because there's 12 drives here, RAIDs are really, really good at handling really large files.
Yeah.
They're not as good at, they're okay, but they don't handle small file search and deliver as well. Because they're skipping around, the drive, they're skipping around the disks, quite a lot. It's an improvement on just the standard HD, but it's small files are still a pain in the ass to manage, as it were. And I'm just waiting for a final drive to turn up. That's another 200 quid.
Christ.
Yeah, well, there's 12 of the fuckers, but. Yeah, 200 quid because it's a NAS drive. But as soon as that's done, then I can. Sorry?
It's funny because they recommend NAS drives for these large orchestral libraries and stuff like that. The thing is, those orchestral libraries are made up of absolutely thousands of tiny little WAV files.
Well, the good news is you can always bang a couple of SSDs into this. So if you need to,
Yeah.
it'll work. But the thing is that what I tend to do is use this for storing all the files on and just, backing up. And then I just use it to search through to find the things. And then I just transfer it to a faster subsystem once I've chosen which one I'm going to use. You can still play it.
Yeah,
you can still play it, but you just transfer it over to a project so that all the files are in the project, and then you can offload it back out again.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Just waiting to see if my client has uploaded something I need from them. Have you uploaded it? Yeah, well, I've done that. Ah! She has sent me a file I requested. Let's have a look.
Cool. Right, that's those 4 boards in. Now, just this girl. Where does she sit precisely? It's there, for sure. And go come this way. Come this way. Oh, thanks sake. There. Okay. That one. Down there. This one goes in. No. Okay. That must found the old at least.
That's a first.
That's a screw up to me own art.
Fuck am I seeing here? Why is this going to downloads here? Shut off. Right, let's just change this.
There we go.
Downloads.
Lovely. Right, I think that's everything under the keyboard taken care of now. Yeah, there we go. Jobs.
Settings.
Yes. Yeah. Back, down, and forward. Go. Good. Lovely. Lovely. Get out of the way. One in there. One in there. One in there. And one in there. Okay, now, if I remember rightly, I can still, I think actually we can still use it actually. I don't think Fiona's going to be using this today. So,
You don't think she is?
no, so it looks like I might be able to use my electric screwdriver. Yourself, did I? Oh, she's got it on fast. Excellent day. Excellent day. Sweet. Very petite. Right, make sure these.
Has he fucking sorted that yet? Jesus.
That's
Right.
that one about there.
Keith.
That one's a bit
Keith's
high.
still in the chat. Where's he gone? No, Keith is there. Right.
What's up, bud?
So Keith was asking about a link for the PSM water bottle.
Oh, right.
So
Have you sampled it yet?
No, I haven't. No, I ought to.
Get on it.
I do need
Get
to.
on
I
it.
need to.
Because you're going to leave it on a train again, and you go, I didn't sample it.
I'll just have to buy another one. Keith. What am I doing? Oh, that's it. I do that. And I do that. What the fuck are my cats doing?
Stand away.
Milo, what the fuck are you doing?
Doing cat shit, man.
Yeah.
Doing what cats do.
Oh dear.
Oh, I'm going to have to move the camera now because we've got to put the mod panel back up. Away. Oh.
Right, there you go. Keith, link is in the chat. I'll send it to you in Messenger as well. Belt and braces.
Leighton Bruce's and Trickle and Trockus's.
In that order. Right. So, in there. There. In there, like so. Right. Now, that's rack. Oh, where's the thingy for that? Oh, it didn't have one, did it? Shit, I've got to give it. I have to give it one then, haven't I? Where have we got one of them knocking around? Ah, here we go. Looks like the track you were looking for. What hell? I think it's one of these, isn't it? M12. No, it's M6 at 12. Love it. There we go. Okay, so got to get these lined up first. This one and this one. Now, are the tags in there? Yes, both tags are in. Uh-oh, it's the lily. The cloud's broken up. It's lovely out there now.
Yeah, it's the same here.
It's all very grey and look. Don't be an arse. Just get in your fucking hole with it. Come on.
Oh dear
Bite,
me.
you little bastard. Always the same.
Oh.
The bastard will not bite.
Hold on, in point. You mean? Cool.
What's he lining up? Typical. That's really twat. Isn't it? For some reason, these are always little bastards.
Oh, fuck off.
I think that's it.
I want to spit on it.
Yes, it is. So we save all of that and we render that fucker out. Go on.
It's actually bitten at last. Okay.
24th today, isn't it?
All day.
Good.
I don't do that much of a bloody gap to work with, did I? And as long as it's clear of the key, doesn't matter. Got you, fuck. Yeah, got you. Ah. Right, now the power switch. Oh, do I have to put it on my knees? Do I? Right, hurry up. It's on my knees.
Bloody hell, Keith. You don't hang about.
Oh, right now. Right, it's a bit brilliant. Okay.
Keith just placed an order for one of those water bottles, and he's putting his message. He's putting his message. Please, Robbie, not another thank you video. So I'm absolutely going to do a thank you video because you asked me not to.
That's all part of the service.
That's it.
Not to do a thank you video.
It's all part of the price. Bless him.
Oh dear. I think I can say that contradiction. That really fucking hurts your nose. But it's in place, and that's all that matters. Okay. There we go. There.
There we go. Right then. So what are we rendering this out as? Yes we are, yes we are, yes we are.
They're coming together.
Done.
Oh.
Done, done, done. Export, you little
What sort of rendering times do you work with?
So rendering cards.
Rendering times.
Oh, times.
Mm.
Oh, it takes no time at all for most of the renders I do because I work in ProRes. I have a shitload of RAM and I have very, very fast NVMe drives with everything on and RTX cards. So the whole thing is just optimized for,
Yeah, I just wondered
stupid.
if I would enjoy my CG animation now that I have a Mac Studio as opposed to my little.
How much RAM
Core.
do you have?
I think we went for the gig one.
The what?
The gig.
Not RAM. A gigabyte of RAM. I think you mean 64 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte drive.
Pass. I don't fucking.
And it depends.
It's
it does
silver.
depend.
It's
Well,
a square
I
silver
can render
thing.
a 10-minute video done in 4K on my Mac Studio. A couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I've got 64 gig and 4 terabyte SSD. And the bald head. Oh, no, that's him.
Yeah. Yeah.
You all right,
'Cause
Fugly?
I'm thinking of adopting the Half-Life engine. Not Half-Life, fucking Unreal Engine.
Okay.
So I've just rendered a 1080p, well, 4K to 1080p, 1 minute long with audio and etc. as 422, and that took 4.5 seconds. So that's pretty good,
Yeah.
which
I
is
just
about
took-
right.
I just took a big
quicker than
shit
that.
and it took about 5 minutes.
Well, that's
Well, next
good.
time, take your fucking trousers off. I've told you this before. Do you know how hard that is to push through cloth?
Hi,
Fuck's sake.
Ty. Hi, Ty.
Afternoon-
How are you?
afternoon-
You're my
afternoon all.
favourite.
Are we all well?
We are all.
We are all.
Good.
We are all.
Good.
I'm just
How's life treating you at
uploading.
the moment, then?
It's okay. It's
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Same old problems, but we won't go into those. But
No, no.
other than that, no, everything's good. Pip's good, work's good, Boo's good, everything's good.
Good.
So
Yeah, good.
When you say the same old problems, do you mean the old fella is still floppy?
the what?
The old fella is still floppy.
I can assure you of one problem that's never going to happen with me, matey.
Thing is, I wouldn't know because I've got such a tight. I've got a phantom. I've got a quantum dick. That's what
No,
I've got.
trust me, if it happened to Ty, he would suddenly disappear for some reason. And be in lovely
'cause
new
I'm just-
flower bed in the garden.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I serve one purpose.
Yeah. You are of no use to me. Be gone.
Oh no, everything's good. Just been
Good.
doing more mid stuff. That's going well.
How's the studio stuff going? The
Oh,
three
I-
different design thing.
Oh, do you know? Honestly, I've had a couple of weeks away from it because it was just getting too much. And I know, God, it sounds so melodramatic to say too much, but it was just, it was, when it's
Practically
just,
living in there, Ty.
Yeah, it's-
understandable.
but no, but it's just like it was just. I'd go to bed thinking about it. I'd wake up in the morning thinking about it. I'd be having lunch thinking about it, and I just had enough of it for a bit. So I have to say, I've just kind of stepped away from it for a couple of weeks, and nothing's going to change. It's not going to, it'll still be there. The problems still be there.
Yeah.
So yeah, but anyway, it's all good.
Boxes of drives
What's that sound?
and storage that I've
Tiniest
got to
file.
go through. Everything from DATs to CD. I've done all the CDs now and the DVDs. I've got half-inch tape. I've got jazz drive. I've got fucking everything. I just need to go through and make sure I'm not throwing away stuff that I might one day need. So I'm trying just to grab it, ingest it,
Oh, I
kick
could
it out the door.
honestly. That's just my idea of living hell. I've still got all.
It is living hell, but I haven't got room. I've given up studio, so I need to I need to just take care of it, really.
Come here.
So, yeah. But
Come
there
here.
you go.
Do I really have
My speakers finally arrived.
Yeah.
Which ones?
So you know I've got the key threes. Do you
Yeah.
know the key threes? So I've got the
I
key
do.
threes. And they then do the BXT, which is the
With extra lettuce
base.
and tomato.
Say that again?
Was that with extra lettuce and tomato?
No,
BXT.
no, not BLT.
Yeah.
BLT.
It was a joke.
Get your letters right. Yeah. The BXT. So which add another. I can't remember how many drivers. Hang on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Another 8. No. Yeah, another 8 drivers to it. So each speaker has got 14 drivers and 7,000 watts. Yeah. Okay.
Just a nutter.
Do you need to ask how they sound?
All right, I would
How do
imagine.
they sound?
Fucking amazing. I mean, you know what? You know, it's normally like when you get speakers and you play it to other people, including kids, and they just kind of go, "Yeah, it's all right." You know, and you're there going, "Don't they sound amazing?" And the people are just going, "Yeah, they sound good." I swear to you, play these, and only 3 people have heard them, and they've all just turned and gone, "Oh my god!" Boo listened to something and just went, "Oh, I've never heard anything like it."
Wow.
So, yeah. And they look awesome. Hang on.
Look, the part as well, do they? Oh, holy shit on a stick.
Yeah. So,
I've just looked up the price of those, Ty.
yeah.
Fucking hell, mate.
Yeah, I know, but you only live once. So
You do? You
so,
do?
Yeah. So there's 2 drivers here, 4 there, 2 subs, 1 sub on either side, 2 drivers on the back, tweeter, and
Times 2.
yeah. And they
Couldn't
sound
you afford,
absolutely
the surround one?
got the full set. Yeah.
I've got some Creative Lab surround speakers begging. I'm not using them. You can have those if you like.
Anyway. They cost more than the car, but my fuck, they're worth it. They're amazing. Honestly, they're really, really, really amazing. So
As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Well,
yeah, they are
It's
just
the bottom line, isn't it?
yeah. I'd say at the big test, and we've all been here, you know that the dream scenario where you listen to things that you know like the back of your hand, you've known for 40 years, you know everything about them, and then
you
sort
hear
of listen,
something you've never
and then you
heard before, innit?
literally listen to on this, and you're sort of literally going, "Fucking hell, I never heard that before."
Yeah.
So that's the dream.
You're going to have to put War of the Worlds on.
Hi Keith,
Hi, Ty.
how you doing?
Sweltering hot.
Okay.
I seem
Put
to
War of
spend
the
about.
Worlds on, Ty.
Say again?
Put War of the Worlds on.
Yeah,
Jeff Wayne's one.
yeah.
And on those speakers, you might be able to hear, I think it's the voice in Bank B out of tune. Ever so far, just enough. Just enough.
Okay. Oh.
You'll hear it on those speakers.
It's they're very special. I'm very happy with them. But more importantly than any of this shit, I just want to point out that I think Robbie at some point last week, it appears that he may have vaguely listened to a word of not advice but an opinion that I gave to him that
Which one was that?
Obviously he ignores everything I ever say,
Mostly.
but every now and again I'm sure
Sorry,
that
what?
I'll plant a slight seed.
Oh, plant your seed in me, Ty.
And he may have actually listened to something that I say.
Sorry.
Have you left a deposit on it?
Oh, I left a big creamy
No,
deposit.
not that kind of deposit. A monetary deposit.
I did.
Well done, mate. Honestly, the best.
Did
the best
do you wanna
decision it
see
made. Yeah, I've seen. Well, it's the same pic I've seen on Facebook.
No,
We,
that,
we
that
talk-
was
anal
that was
plugs,
the
what are you
VW
talking
press
about?
car.
Yeah,
This
well done, mate.
Oh, right.
that's the one.
Brilliant, fantastic. Really happy,
Yeah.
really chuffed for you.
Thing is,
In red?
no, in the P's blue.
That's it.
In that
That's
blue?
the R blue.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That's VW R blue.
Robbie and I had a kind of Audi
Tete-a-tete.
versus VW versus conversation. Was it last week or the week before?
Probably the week
And
before, yeah.
yeah, and I was basically, although he's already had, you know, kind of a similar one, well, the same one, but, you know, different model. I was the one pushing for, no, fuck getting something new. This is what you want. And I know that you've had your eye on one of those for forever. So,
Well, since it came out,
yeah.
which was 2021, I think, on the facelift.
Yeah.
No, it was a weird thing because I went in to the VW dealership and thought we were just going to talk numbers and they'd give me some idea of what my ranges were. And he said, "Have you got your eye on anything?" And I said, "Well, you've got 3 in stock across the group that tick most of my boxes. 2 were R lines, like the one I've already got, but they were both petrol and they didn't have the 4Motion. The other one was an R, but it was the fastback R. And I
One
said,
sec.
if you can get me close to the fastback R, I'll be a happy bunny." So he did, and he got me a decent price. But luckily, on one of those, when they go away and they come back because they've spoken to someone to see if they can knock some extra money off. I sat on my phone and I came up with, I found a shooting brake R in that Lepiz blue at some other dealer. It wasn't anything to do with them. I showed him and he came and said, "Now if you could find me one of those, I'd be a really happy bunny." And he goes off again and he says, "Funnily enough, we've got access to one of those that we can get in for you. Let me do some numbers." And he got it to the same as what it was with the with the fastback.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
And given the fastback was the same colour as mine, which is this manganese grey, it doesn't pick out. I know this sounds really wanky, but the vents at the front, in the bottom front corners of the bumper, have got this kind of you can see the blue that goes round, and they are practical vents. They're not pretty, they're practical. On the manganese grey, it's only a slightly lighter shade than the black, so
it doesn't stand out.
It doesn't stand out. It just looks a bit odd. So that was one of the reasons it swung it for me.
That's not a wanky thing. That's a necessity.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Keith? It sounds like we're in the Sahara Desert at the moment.
So I've got a fan on, I'll turn it off.
Really?
I did.
We
put
hadn't
noise
noticed.
cancellation on.
Put the noise cancellation on. That's better.
Is it? I haven't done anything.
No, I did it.
Oh, right, okay.
Is that why we can't hear Ty now?
Pardon?
No, you can hear me.
Yeah. The only thing I'm slightly disappointed about is that I'm going to lose my Matrix
Virginity?
LED.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But you can live with that.
I can live with that.
There's so many other niceties. You'll forget that soon.
320 brake horsepower, 420
Exactly.
newtons
So
of torque.
That's all you need to know.
0 to 60 and oh my god, and it's got the electric tailgate. Yay!
Yay!
I can wave my foot under the bumper and it goes.
No. Believe me, you can't. I've had so many cars with electric tailgates where you wave your foot under and you look like a total dickhead just waving your foot. It won't open. It'll open in one particular spot and you never hit the... It's a bit like the G-spot, basically.
Yeah.
You'll fish around for it and eventually you'll find it. But, yeah, so...
It's also got the dynamic chassis control, which I haven't got on this one, which was quite so.
That makes it, if that's similar to the, well, it will be because it'll be the same kind of system. If that's similar to the Porsche one, that makes a humongous difference.
Yeah. 20
So-
inch
Mustang's got dynamic chassis control.
No, that's called your right foot.
It's
Ken.
called loose bolts and rust.
Yeah.
The car shapes to the road.
But yeah, I'm happy. So
Yeah,
I'll be happy
when
when,
do-
I actually
when-
see the fucking thing in the flesh, because that's the only problem. They
Yeah.
didn't have it.
when do you get to pick it up?
Well, they've got to get it in from this associate dealership of theirs, because I think they said it had been one that had been handed back as part of a lease. So it's they've got to get it in. Then they're going to do the whole health check and service MOT and all that kind of stuff. And at some point, they said that would take up to 10 days.
Oh, okay, so
at
it's
some
not
point-
silly. It's not silly
No,
about
no.
time.
Hopefully, I'll get it sorted before I go away on holiday. But
Great. Oh, I'm really happy for you. That's
Tiny
fantastic.
the equator.
and then Saturday, I've got to go and pick Sophia's new car up. We managed to find another Fiat 500, because the first one she found and put a deposit down on ended up. I mean, to be fair, the guy was stupidly honest, and he said, "Look, he found that he had to put a new exhaust on, so that delayed it a little bit." And then he heard this vibration, and he can't find anywhere where this vibration is coming from. He's changed engine mounts, suspension mounts, the exhaust, of course, a few other things, and he just can't find it. He said, "I don't want to sell it to you because I don't want to sell you a dud." He said, "I will fix it, but I don't know when." So he seems to think it might be the gearbox, and then it's probably best that fell through. But she found another one, albeit down in bloody Bishop Stortford, so it's a little bit of a drive. But we went to see it at the weekend, and it's in the colour that she wants, because that's the most important thing.
Obviously.
But it's a little 1.2,
Yeah.
little Fiat 500, so she's happy. So that'll all be ready hopefully this Saturday. We're going to pick
Oh, that's
that
a
up.
cool.
And then my missus is like saying, "Oh, I want a new car now." So I'm like, "Oh, for fuck's sake."
Well, that's the throw. Once one starts.
Yeah.
So apparently there's I didn't know anything about this, but apparently there's a new Ferrari being launched at Goodwood.
Oh right,
Do,
yeah.
do you know anything about this? Because I
Is this-
don't. It's the replacement for the Roma.
I think
Are you talking about the F80?
No.
Yeah, I've
no,
heard
there's-
one person talking about it, but he wouldn't let on.
No, they apparently. I mean, I can't
Must be
find
an
anything
must-
about it.
No, must be an NDA out there.
And it's a replacement for the Roma. But anyway, so
People-
they've invited us. They've invited us to Goodwood with some
I
fancy
saw
to do all
something
day.
on
You're going in the Renault.
Top Gear site.
No.
Yeah, 'cause, the Top Gear site are going on about the F80. The new Ferrari F80, as evidenced by their entirely natural first impressions of the V6 Hyper Slayer. Yeah, they just keep talking about the F80, but they're not actually. Oh, there it is. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Oh, I think I just did a sex week. If this is the one you're talking about.
Boss, this is the fastest road car I've ever been in.
Hello.
Yeah.
How are
What's
you?
that?
An outside shot of it.
No, it's not going to be that.
Lewis just smashed up one of his Ferraris, hasn't he?
Not that one then.
No, it's whichever one it is. It's a replacement for the Roma. Well, not a replacement for the Roma, but for the. It's that kind of that chassis. Apparently, they're using.
All right.
So
And
it's
Ford's going to sue them.
what?
Well, for copying the GT40.
That doesn't look like a
It
GT40.
fucking does.
Does not. No way.
No, that doesn't.
Fight,
look like a
fight,
It's
fight.
Twice as tall as a GT40.
Exactly.
Oh, it's shit then. It's about fucking like a house driving a fucking house brick.
No, apparently the Roma successor is going to be called the Amalfi.
Okay. Well, it's been launched. Apparently, there's some champagne bollocks, which of course is really useful for me at Goodwood. That we're going
July
to.
1st.
Yeah. So we're going to whatever it is, and they're going to, of
Expected
course.
to retain front engine 2+2 configuration of the Roma with a sharper, more modern design.
Yeah.
The Roma's 3.9 litre twin turbo V8 is likely to be retained, potentially with a power bump, and could be paired with hybrid technology. Yeah.
fully electric people carrier.
Oh, hang on,
yeah?
I've got some spy shots here. Apparently.
Oh,
So-
fuck. If you've got a spy shot, show me.
I've got spy shots here as well, yeah. Just looking.
Is it to do with the car, though, Andrew?
Yes, it is.
Just checking.
Oh,
Yes, it is.
that's
Hang on, let me...
disappointing.
So
Yeah.
it's not really.
Okay, that's not...
Yeah, it's,
That's not looking... Okay, fair enough.
it gives you an idea,
It's... Yeah.
but yeah, they're not
Oh,
going
they're reissuing the 244.
So
there you
We
go.
will find out. We will find out.
There, it's just in the bottom there somewhere. You have to bring it up.
Painful.
nah. That's
Yeah. That's not the one.
Okay.
that's not what we've just seen.
No.
Well, if you're going to
In
sit in
which
traffic, sit in traffic in style.
Well, indeed.
Exactly.
Oh. I've got another call. I've got to bugger off. See you in a minute.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Yes, Peter, I can, because it's the same.
Is that awful man gone?
Can I just say, I'm with you, as your head. I mean, I've said this before. I'm not really a Ferrari fan. There's a lot of the new Ferraris just don't do anything for me whatsoever. But the Rome was, yeah. I mean, when I got it, I bored you all silly with the story of why I got it and whatever. But yeah, it's simply because of that car. I just think it's the most beautiful design in amongst a whole lot of not that pretty Ferraris. I think it's the one that stands out as being the prettiest.
I think Ferraris, that there are some that are less pretty than others, but I don't think there's not.
Yeah, there's no real dogs, but yeah, some of them are just, yeah, they don't really float my boat. The Roma is still the only one recently that really has. Because everyone that really knows me and cars was just surprised because I've always been a bit more of a Lambo man than a Ferrari man. So
Quite like the 12 cylindry.
Oh no! Okay, so no. When I took the Roma in for its first service, there was one in there, and I'm not just saying this. From some angles, it looks beautiful, and then from other angles, it's fucking ugly. I mean, and even they admitted that it's not flying out the door for exactly that reason. Some angles, it's really not a looker. I mean, really not a looker. The worst one actually is actually from the front. You know where cars should look good, where you're kind of stood at the front, slightly to one side from that angle? That angle, it just looks wrong. It's just not, it doesn't look good. From behind, it looks gorgeous. And actually from kind of rear, everything from the rear, if you look from the rear looking along, it looks great. But from that initial front angle looking down it, it's not a looker.
Isn't that the one with the Daytona type?
Yeah, the Daytona kind of front. Yeah, that's the one.
On it. Oh,
yeah. It's
okay.
It's yeah, because of course the moment you go to any kind of dealer like that, exactly like Robbie kind of found, all they're really trying to do is go, so would you like to upgrade your Roma and get one of these? And they tried that route. I just literally was going, come and stand here, just come and stand here. Now look at the fucking car. Would you buy that? So yeah, I think they realised at that point that they weren't going to get a sale. So. But anyway, yeah, that kind of, yeah. But when you're low down and a bit closer in, I can't believe I'm pointing at the screen and showing you all the bits that are wrong with it. But yeah. No is the answer. See, doesn't that look amazing? Yeah. That looks amazing. And if you got a rear shot, you go to the rear. Not really. Carry on. That. Go back. Back.
Sorry.
No, back. That. One more. That. When you're low down with that looks incredible. It's so imposing. I mean, really imposing. It's just that.
Nice.
It's just that front angle is just not. It just doesn't work.
Come in front. Oh yeah, it looks like a Mazda.
Well, I'd like to go. I mean, obviously they've got the money, but I would like to go and see one and see whether that was, to me, that looks an
Yeah.
attractive car, but it's not for
Absolutely.
everyone. So
No, absolutely. But do you know what?
Yeah.
I'd rather have a car like that isn't for everyone. Wouldn't you? I'd rather have a car that not everyone thinks is, otherwise you're into the world of Ford Focuses. Nothing wrong with Ford Focuses. But, the moment something is genetically, yeah, that's nice, that's okay, and everybody loves it, then
Yeah,
that's
no,
not my
I can
kind of
see
car.
what you mean, because the front's got a sort of like a Mazda stroke Corvette kind of 80s
Yeah.
Corvette.
It's not, yeah. Anyway, it didn't work for me, put it like that. So,
Yeah, no, I can see what you mean.
but anyway, I'd be interested to see what this new one's like. Not that, I mean, fucking hell, I haven't even put 1,000 miles on mine yet, so I can't even,
Yeah,
which is
well.
ridiculous. Yeah.
I'm already planning my first trip to Italy in the new one.
Excellent. That kind
Cool.
of shit has to be done.
I know. I was going to see if I can throw it up the mountains like I did the other one. It's not that much. It looks longer, but it's not that. I think it's almost identical in length.
No, it won't be that much longer. It'll literally be something like 5
goes on a bit
centimetres or
further.
something.
Yeah.
So do you get bored of driving the car then, Tommy?
Say again?
Do you get bored, or you obviously does it not take your fancy to go over to France, Germany, or whatever, over across to Italy, and go up and down some hilly bits and some?
I'll be honest with you. I've only driven abroad, as in on the other side of the road. I think once in my entire life. So I'll be honest with you. I don't know whether I fancy that side of things. That's more what it is. If I could go somewhere and drive on what we consider the right side of the road, I would. But that means getting over to Cyprus or Malta or somewhere like that. It's only the fact that I just don't. It's because it's the unknown. It's because I've only done it once, and I only did it then because I had to. And did I particularly enjoy it? No, I didn't particularly enjoy it. Only the fact that when you get to roundabouts and you're having to think in reverse. Obviously, Robbie's used to it and done it loads, but I'd end up fucking just killing myself going on the wrong side of the road accidentally and going around the wrong way around a roundabout and doing all that kind of shit.
I find it incredibly natural.
Do you?
My brain, it just. Yeah.
I think the thing is with me, it could well be that if I did it a couple more times, it would become natural. But it's just you try not to kill myself in those couple more times while I'm practicing.
Yeah.
I mean, we had it when I had all the TVRs. So what they used to do is that the dealer that I got the TVRs from every year, they used to do a kind of run all through Europe, all through the Alps and into Italy and back again, and they used to be like 34, 40 TVRs with a backup truck. And the backup truck, because obviously it's TVRs, so we all know at some point at least one's going to break down, something's going wrong. So they had a complete backup track with essentially everything you need to keep a TVR on the road, and
pick up the bits.
And pick up the bits in a convoy. And we were forever getting invited to do these kind of things. And I mean, we almost did one once, but I don't know. It's a good question, but no, I don't know. It's not really something that I've never. I mean, round here, the only reason I haven't driven it in this country is just because of all the shit of last year work-wise, and since then it's just not had the opportunity really. But in the summer we're going to be taking it out, and we'll be doing some long, drives in it. So, but yeah, that's it really. But at the moment, I'm quite happy just nipping around in the little roller skate.
Just try and find this video of this road. Oh, where is it? Can't really find it now. The road that goes up to a place called Nivolet, and it's where they filmed the bus hanging over the edge of the cliff.
Okay, yeah.
In
Italian job.
Yeah. Italian job.
And they did a lot of the filming of the chases around the mountains were all filmed around there. So it's about half an hour from where my family live, and it's just the most brilliant driving road because it's all twists and turns.
Yeah,
and
perfect.
Sheer
Absolutely
sheer
perfect.
drops, down the side.
Yeah,
It's Yeah, it's lovely.
Perfect.
But I can't find the video on YouTube. That's not it. That's not it either. But if you go at a certain time, because they only open it up for certain times of the year, and then they'll shut it halfway up, so you can get up to a fairly decent height, but you can't get all the way at the top. But the view at the top is just incredible.
Yeah, but is that because of the snow, Bobby, or rather than stopping people, or?
Well, it's a number of things.
Oh,
So number one, yeah, it does. You'll get the snow will be probably 6 foot, if not more, deep from the road level up. So, but they do send trucks up there and they cut it out so you can still get up there. So they will restrict it over the winter months for that. Also for environmental reasons, because there's a lot of there's a big sort of ecosystem up there, not just flora, but fauna and animals and all sorts of things, and also air quality, and for climbers and walkers, because that's the people that they're the ones that they really want to go there. So you can park somewhere and then walk all the way up to this thing and look at the amazing views. Hang on, here we go. Let's see, what's this? Enter full screen. Can I share that full screen? No. No, I can't. Why would I do it like that? Ah, here you go. Here you go. This is where I scare the shit out of my wife. Right. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's you're almost halfway up. So you see on the left there's a dam. That's Lago Saru. So you get up to that, and then you're already sort of halfway up there. There's a big lake behind it. There's about 3 or 4 of these. These are all hydroelectric supplies for Turin, and all of these will pipe down to Turin to supply the water down at the bottom of the valley. Sorry, it's wrong accent there. The bottom of the valley. But that's, the views are just spectacular. So if you keep going up,
Swings.
You
see all the snow.
You couldn't do that. I was going to say you couldn't do that in a TVR. You see the kind of darky type stuff on the road. I think it's known as water. Yeah, you're fucked because the moment you hit that, you're off.
So this is so these little lakes. You just see this on the left hand side. There's this little lake. There's 2 of them, and basically where you see that snow in the middle of the screen, you end up there. So if I just fast forward it a little bit, and you look back on that, and it's just, that's the snow. You can see how deep it gets, but they just cut through. They have the special machines, and they cut through. Buses go up here, to take the tourists up.
That's amazing.
And then you get to. No, we're already going down the other side there. So I think it's this corner. Yeah, I think it's this corner. So this is not the one. Hang on.
Here we go.
I'm trying to think there.
All done. Job.
You can mostly get 2 cars. Yeah, here you go. So this corner here, where you see these people coming up, that's where the coach was hanging over. At that point there.
Awesome.
So you can pull in here and go back, and you can have a picnic and just
park your bus.
Yeah. And then it goes up a little further, and then
park
starts
it over
coming
the
down
edge.
the other side.
Yeah.
That's it. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. And then you come up here and you start going down the other side. But then the road eventually, if I skip forward, so too far. See how deep it gets here. So just about here. So in the centre of the screen, you see there's a little hut just in the middle there. So that's a big sort of restaurant bar type place. And there's a big car park. But if you go a little bit further on, the road just ceases. and then you can walk and go into France from here, and just walk into France.
Nice.
That is
Cool. Very cool.
One of the best roads you can drive on. It's just amazing.
Can I just? I think we just need to give Kent a quick congratulations, because it sounds like the 80's now finished.
Is it done?
Yeah.
Well done, Kent. Another one out the door.
We got her working in the end.
There you go.
Little
Well done.
bastard. I got to do all the case, bottom of the case now. Done the top. Top looks like bloody.
Hang on a minute. So it's not finished?
No, all I got to do is put some boot polish on the case. That's all.
Okay.
So it's just like wiping it down, basically.
Okay.
The lid was really bad because they'd got them. I don't know what it is. Every 80 that comes in has emulsion splashes all over it. Every single one.
Are you sure it's emulsion?
I can hope so.
Psych.
I do it with a cloth on a stick.
Oh dear. Great minds.
Oh, here she comes. Go on in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sit down and up.
I've
And
got
cuddle.
to disappear. I've got to go and pick up a small ginger. So I'm going. Yeah.
Well, you know, we all have taste.
That's what she calls herself. So yeah.
Did I see a picture of your lovely better half? Is she naturally a redhead?
No.
No.
Who?
Oh, she must have
Pip?
been the light. Pip.
No, she's blonde.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I thought.
No.
But I'm sure I saw this.
Yeah.
She posted a picture, like an old school picture or something. So either I was looking at the wrong person.
Oh, she's dyed her hair every colour known to man.
Oh, maybe that's what it was then.
Oh God, yeah. She's during her youth and wilder days. Yeah, she was like me. She's dyed it every colour known to man.
We don't need these fucking gingers breeding. So you know.
No. God, I wouldn't go out with a ginger for Christ's sake. I'm not
Bloody hell,
stupid.
how vain do you have to be to dye your hair, for Christ's
Two
sake?
ginger. Yeah, exactly, says Mr. Purplehead. No. Two ginger should never be allowed to get together. That should be forbidden. But no. Boo actually refers to herself as little ginger. I'm big ginger.
That would
She's
cause an
little
event
ginger.
horizon, wouldn't it?
So, yeah.
The
Singularity would be formed.
Yeah.
Come on, sit down properly, and now give me a cut.
Anyway, I do have to.
Go on, fuck off.
I've got to go and fuck off. So it's particularly average seeing you all, and I.
It is, isn't it? Really, when you think about it.
Yeah. I hope I see you all again very soon.
Have you been trying to phone me last few days?
I'm always trying to phone you, Kent, and when do you ever answer? It's always just straight to your answer phone these days. I kind of give up.
You'll be glad to hear that we've bought some new phones. They should be here, hopefully, the end of the week.
Okay.
They actually ring more than twice before they go to answer machine.
That would be great.
And there are settings in there to make it ring more than you will. How about that?
Well, that's wonderful, because genuinely, the amount of times I call you compared to the amount of times I actually get through, minimal.
I know.
So, okay, I'm loving and leaving. Au revoir. Be good. See you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Da-da-da-da. Right.
Bobby, what do you reckon on that guy's DX1 patches then? Do you think he's gone to the museum and
Must have done.
Stuck a couple of cartridges in and copied them? And
Might very well have done. I mean, honestly, I find those kinds of videos hard to watch where they're just going through each patch. But how many of those are original patches, or how many of those are Townsend programmed patches? But I have no idea.
Well, your one had original patches on it.
Sorry?
Your one had original patches on it.
Yeah. But this guy's gone to that museum. I forget where it is now. It's somewhere in London.
it's West London, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a university, and they've got Townsend has donated a whole bunch of his hardware. One of which is a DX1, and this guy has gone on, has made a YouTube video, but he's saying that Pete Townsend's patches, but like I say, who knows? It would be interesting if it was. And he should make them available so we could all have a go. But
Have you got plans to go to the museum then, Robbie?
no, I haven't. No, I did.
Just out of interest, Rob.
Yeah.
I think I know where Pete Townsend's DX1 cartridges are.
Oh.
As it happens.
In the top right-hand drawer of his desk? No.
No, it's not a million miles away from here.
Because did you do that one?
Hmm?
Did you restore that? Did you restore it? Townsend's DX1?
I did something to it.
Uh-oh.
I did. Whether it was good or bad, I couldn't say. I did something to it, but it was mostly his 80, wasn't it?
Mm.
And there was something else as well that I did for him, and I think it was a synclavier. Was it? No, it couldn't have been the synclavier because what I did to it was put a new drive belt on the disc drive. Oh, it might have been his E3 or something.
Okay.
Maybe something like that. I really honestly can't remember. But it just occurred to me that I don't remember giving him back the cartridges. And they might be over there.
Well, dig them out.
Have a look, yeah.
Have a look, yeah.
That's Robbie taking a hypersynth card down to fucking clone them now.
Don't need that. Just as long as you've got well, if it all depends. If they're voice patches, you can just stick them in any DX7, DX5, DX1, and get them off that way, and then just spit it out via Sysex. Or if they're performances, then you will need
Siri,
a
calm
1 or
down.
a 5 to get that stuff off.
You don't like that new housing estate, do you?
No, I don't like the people on it.
No, she preferred it when it was a field, don't you, darling? Eh? It was a lovely field. You can go out and wander around in it all day long. Up to your,
How the fuck are you, Evans?
I know,
Oh,
I know.
get-
Cry on my shoulder. Cry on my shoulder. Poor baby. I know, poor baby girl. Oh.
Oh, I should be doing some work, really.
Oh, somebody put a photograph of me up on Facebook from 1984.
Oh god.
Oh my God. Hair down here. Wearing a jacket.
Did they tag you in it?
What I bloody think I did. But behind me, it showed the field without all those houses. Fucking lovely. Oh, hello. Yeah, mate, all right, careful. Oh, God. I love the way you sit up so straight. Hey?
Oh, hang on a sec.
Oh,
What
go
you
on.
see?
Got to put this up now then.
Hang on
Oh,
a sec.
what's he found?
Hang on a sec.
Hang about.
So I'm Kim, is Kim your sister? Or
Yeah.
niece? Yeah, okay, right.
I think so. I seem to remember her.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, well, once mum got ill, she fucked off, never saw her again.
Oh, family.
This isn't the one you were talking about, but it was worth a look.
Oh, Christ, yeah. Look at me. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
And his dad.
So
That's your dad?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
it's
Fucking bother
people
boy back
watching
in the 50s.
for people watching in colour, Kent's the one on the right with the little handbag.
Yeah. I loved that handbag. Fuck off.
Serenity sitting there pissing herself.
So is that your mum to the right of your dad?
It's my mum and dad,
Yeah.
my sister,
gran. Yeah.
and then Nan. And
Yeah.
even then, she actually really couldn't actually see properly.
All right.
But she wouldn't give into it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And she was forever bumping into things and stuff like that, which just became the norm. Now, she had tunnel vision where your eyesight gets like you're looking through two tiny straws in the end. So yeah. Oh, that was a London Transport Christmas do.
That's lovely. What a lovely image. Because I remember you said before that you have no photos of your dad.
No, she took them all. She took all the photos.
Right.
And then the other ones, Mum set fire to in the kitchen.
Well, you got that one, mate. You got
Yeah,
this one.
I think I got a print of that one somewhere anyway.
That one.
Because Kim put it up on her site and I just copied it over.
So Kemp with long hair.
Go on.
When it
Little
eventually
sitting there,
uploads.
she's just gone like this.
I've still got that wig.
Wig?
Yeah, it is a wig.
But is this the one that you were referring to?
Yeah. See the field out the back, look.
Fucking hell.
Now, you see where the bottom of his garden is? Right,
Yeah.
just there. Right.
Yeah.
Give it about 3, maybe 4 feet, and then there's the wall of a house. And they built all along there,
Wow.
right up to the back of everybody's gardens. Oh, bloody hell, look, the old AP. AP 50. Yeah, and for some reason I'm wearing a brown jacket.
Well,
That goes back some. Yeah, it was about 1984, I think it was, or something like that. Long time ago. Weird, huh?
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, dear. Oh.
Wagyu says Jarvis Cocker stole Kent's look.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell is that on the front panel? You look. It needs a little bit of going over. Oh, arse monkeys have got fucking hair on the good controller again. That seems to be my Achilles heel here. Is dog hair.
Well, there's a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, she's doing. She's losing her winter coat now, and it's. Oh, excuse me, but she's only losing white hair.
That's
Not
all it
losing
ever
grey.
is.
Yeah.
That's all it ever is, Ken. It's undercoat.
Yeah.
All, regardless of the
Yeah.
colour of the dog, it's white.
So it's that white hair underneath, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking everywhere.
Well, 2
But
of ours are
we can
doing it.
comb her. She doesn't lose her mind if we comb her. She likes it.
Mm.
Charlie, on the other hand, oi. We even tied him to the post there so we could brush him, and he just lost his mind. In the end, we had to let him go because he's just making himself looking ill. So sometimes I want to know what the hell was done to him, and other times I don't want to know what the hell was done to him.
There you go, Ken.
What's that, darling?
That's the best brush.
Yeah,
that
come on,
I've
just like
found.
again.
Yeah. To get that hair out for. It takes about 3 strokes, and it's full.
Yeah, you have because you have some of it is like literally on the surface, and the rest of it you have to try and tease out first, don't you?
Yeah, but say all the other brushes just get clogged up. With that one, you just push your hand, pull your hand over, and most of it comes out again. So you're brushing again.
But it's like that. What is it? It's like a husky hairdryer. And what it does is it blows at the hair and it pulls it right back. And so when you're brushing, you can get right down in deep and getting a proper go at it. But I found that the other wire brush, like the one you just showed me, works better than that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
So,
my missus uses the awful wire ones that have got millions of bent wire in them to brush, and she takes one straight down the dog, and she's sitting there for 5 minutes trying to clean the thing
yeah, just
out.
clogs straight up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid woman.
Well, we got her used to the brush right from the off.
Mm.
You know, after trying to do Charlie, we knew that we really had to get her to love the brush, and she did. She ate one of them. Then just ate the handle, clean off it.
Mm.
But she loves that antler. For all the toys she's got this antler about that long, and she doesn't seem to chew it in such a way where she's trying to destroy it. She just chews it for the enjoyment of chewing it, or mouthing it at least. Whereas everything else she tries to destroy. But I would have thought she'd be out of her puppy stage by now. But obviously not.
No, I reckon 18 months to 2 years and a husky.
Yeah. Because she can only be, what, about a year old?
If that.
If that, yeah.
I mean, it was certainly 18 months to 2 years for my bull terrier.
Yeah.
And the German shepherds I've had, so
yeah,
it's got to be around that, isn't it? Hayley, put them away.
But I am kind of hoping that we might be able to put this new AstroTurf down before the end of the summer.
I don't want to.
We'll see how it goes. But there's now about 24 holes in it now.
Oh.
And
should make a golf course. Yeah.
Holes. Yeah, we could actually.
Yeah. Is it just her?
Yeah, just her.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Huskies dig for England and any other country you can mention, and that's why our garden is totally 3/4 paved, and the other quarter is an old concrete path which I have to keep repairing. But in the past we've had I think the last iteration we had so many bricks that were taken out of the house, and we took the centre wall down and some stuff upstairs. Oh, one of the fire breasts has gone in the back bedroom, or the back room in the bedroom, and things. So we had hundreds of bricks. Well, I laid them all down in the garden, and they looked really good. But it didn't take them long to just get a paw under and start. Oh, look, they're up. That one's come up. What about the one next to it? Yeah, that was. Because it was obviously they were cemented down. But I just thought, no. I mean, within a couple of months, there was holes in the brickwork. You try and put them back, you never can because you never find the earth that they've dug out with it and things. So that's why it ended up getting paved. Because it was it's a nightmare.
Well, I think it was Friday morning when I came down. That solar powered fountain we got. It's got like 2 squirrels sitting on it, and they drink out of there, and I fill it every morning for them. But I came down Saturday morning, and the pump had been chewed into 1,000 pieces all over the lawn, and the solar panel.
Oh,
completely destroyed. So we had to buy another one. I think it was only about £9 or something, but it was like something else destroyed. But I mean, I've taken a house brick off her before now. Sitting in the garden chewing a house brick.
Fucking nutter she is.
Yeah, well, when they're puppies, anything's on the cards, mate. Anything.
Well, when I had Raven when she was a pup, when she started really teething, I used to give her lumps of 2-1 wood, and she fucking all that.
Oh yeah.
She spit all the splinters out. Never once swallowed any of it. There was a nice little mound of fucking wood shavings on the carpet, but there was also the teeth in it as well. It was a really good way of getting her to sort her teeth out.
Yeah. But I mean, they've got chew toys coming out their asses, and they're not lacking for anything. You know, there's a whole variety of stuff for them to chew on. They do favour these antlers, I must admit.
Mm.
Yeah, they are pretty good for this.
Well, it's the only thing Siri's interested in. She's not interested in tennis balls. She doesn't chase tennis balls. Tried 1,000 times. She's not interested. But every now and again, she'll have a chew on an antler, and then gets bored with it after 10 minutes, and well, it just comes down and sits next to me again.
Oh,
so,
do you want to giggle?
Lily, you know the automatic tennis ball thrower thing? She had the power supply.
No.
And she bit through the cable right at the casing.
Mm.
Didn't leave a little bit out so I could like do a quick repair. No, right at the casing. Fucked. So I've got to get another power supply for that. Sorry, mate, you're saying.
I just wanted to give you a giggle while I remember it. Looking at this tattoo, when I was in hospital, one of the nurses says to me, she said, "What is that?" So I explained it. She went, "Mate, I thought it was a urine dipping stick." Bitch, you just ruined my fucking tattoo for me.
You dipstick, Rodney.
Well, she probably thought you was a vet, and you was just going out to the horses and cows and going.
Yeah, go
far.
Hey, what's it reading
This
today?
far.
Yeah, go.
This far.
This one's 11 years old.
Goes right up to the red.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Mate. So you're sort of like road to recovery now? You know, proper.
Physically, everything's almost done. It's just what went on in here. But we've got a couple of things in the pipeline which we're sorting out, which are going towards that. I can't say too much yet.
Yeah, okay, that's all right. Oh, I can turn this off now. It's like an annoying noise when you notice it. That's better. Oh, mind you, this tinnitus, it's driving me insane now. Months now, isn't it?
Mm.
If anything, it's worse now than it was before. Especially in the mornings. When I wake up in the mornings, oh my God. Like somebody stuffed a hard-boiled egg in my ear. Yeah, all the top end. Fucking forget it.
Yeah.
Saying that, I was watching I think I watched something on Sky Arts, and then the next program on was about bagpipes. And I sat here, and I just couldn't hear half of them because the top end, because they're so high pitched, it's sort of like I could hear the guy talking and explaining things about the tune and the whatever.
Yeah.
But as you're playing, it's like someone had turned the bagpipes down, and I'm thinking, oh God, has it gone to that? Has it really gone that bad? It's weird, that you can't hear something you definitely could hear before.
Does anybody else suffer from this weird thing that if you hear a really loud, high-pitched sound, like a whistle, like somebody's just like that it actually makes you like your head wobble, like inside, like you feel like it disorients you?
It's almost like you've had a bang to the head.
Almost, yeah. Whenever I go to a gig and I'm near some cunt who's got his fingers in his mouth like this, it just like I can feel myself. If it carried on like that, I'd probably fall over. It's that kind of feeling in my. It's just weird.
Well, I think Chris has got something there. So not hearing bagpipes is probably a good thing. I must admit, I always thought they were a musical form of torture.
For player and listener, I think.
Well, probably one of these instruments to mimic on a synth as well.
Yeah.
The one on the Prophecy is quite good.
Mind you think about it, it's the original drone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, there's that as well.
Big Country did it well with the guitars, though, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was always the part of Molly Tyler I used to skip.
I just skipped the whole fucking track. I didn't like it.
Now, my mum used to love it, but every time we get to that bit, I just accidentally hit the gramophone. Mind you, she was fucking a huge fan of Vangelis and Tomita. Big styling. I think she almost wet her knickers when he phoned up there. Mind you, I must admit, when I started doing this, she was sceptical because I've started so many other things before, and of course it all goes by the bloody wayside. What is she looking for, Siri? Watch her. Keep an eye on her. No. Lily? Don't you remember you got stung yesterday? Right on her lip.
Ew.
Really swelled out. Leave the wasp's nest alone, love.
And
Oh.
she learned.
Half a histamine or something for that? Or does she right?
She was fine.
Antihistamine or whatever it is.
Yeah. It went down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But I think maybe she's learned her lesson. Because she's watching a wasp now, and she's not trying to bite it, she's just watching it.
Most of my swellings go down pretty quickly these days.
Yeah, you and me both, mate. In fact, the only way I can get a hard on is get it stung by a wasp, I think.
Yeah.
Ah, she left it alone. Good girl.
No.
She's learning. She's getting there, bit by bit. But she wasn't a sweetheart straight out of the box like you, was she? You don't know how to do anything wrong, do you? Being a little angel.
I muted you. Sorry.
That hails.
Yeah, burping in the background.
I didn't mean
Dirty
to.
cat.
It just came out.
Bless her,
Done
this
what?
one. She burped. So,
Oh.
no, she's been fucking amazing. She's looked after me so well, bless her.
Well, you are a bit-
Well, you still
I am-
got money in the bank, have you?
Yeah, so protecting your investment.
He keeps giving me his wallet, the stupid soul.
There you go. It's a slippery slope.
Oh,
Yeah, well. If memory serves, anyway.
Ah, dear.
Are we going to go to sleep, are we? All right, bro. Oh.
So is it all done then, Kent, at 80?
Yeah.
Good man.
Found out which board was causing the distortion,
Oh, okay.
replaced it, and then I was able to calibrate it because everything was suddenly within range now. Because the distortion was knocking stuff all over the bloody place. And, yeah, happy little girl now.
Nice. Well, that'll
I'll
be a
top-
nice. Go on.
Yeah, I'll top and tail it tomorrow. Bung the lid on her. I can't put her out in the hall because it happens to be full of Mustang. The downstairs toilet and the hall is packed out with Mustang interior.
It makes a fucking change from synths, doesn't it, for crying out loud?
Well, yeah, there's a couple of cents out there as well. Somebody dropped off something. I can't remember what it is. I think it said Teo 5 or something.
Bit new.
Something like that.
I'm going to say, that's a bit new. It'd be turning up at yours,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Might be just the box. I haven't looked in the box.
Ah,
The opener box is
That'd be
probably a CZ
Profit
101.
Rev, Profit Rev 2.
Fucking better not be. Which reminds me, I've got to finish that Profit 5 Rev 2.
Have we heard any more as to when Ty's planning to do his? No.
He was indicating next month.
Right.
No, it's next month. It's next month in a week. So
Yeah. Can I just ask if he talks about August the 10th?
yeah,
Put him off. That's one day I can't do. And
Right,
I will,
August the 10th it is
I
then.
don't.
I will
don't
let you
think.
know why.
I don't think August is on the books at all.
Good.
I think it's next month.
Good.
I'm assuming he wants to do it before they break up for the holidays.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
So,
So August would be right. All of August would be right off the
yeah.
So
She'll
I
probably
know-
leave me bollocks, really, because there's so much holiday at work next month that I think I'm doing about 3 weeks.
yeah.
4 weeks.
If
3
that's
weeks, 4 weeks.
If that's the case, then Keith, if I bring that bass guitar up and leave it at Kent's, would that be all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Colton.
Well, a bit ask Kate, but
No, it's
I'm
fine.
I'm sure.
I need to bring something up for you, don't I?
I don't mind friends leaving things
Yes,
here. It's when I
yes,
get
yes.
complete
Yes,
fucking
yes,
strangers
Matt.
leave fucking half their house here. That's when it gets weird.
Yes, Matt. So I need to bring something up for you. So
You do indeed, yes.
you know,
Well,
it's
I know
not a problem.
he was timing it as well with what was going on here as well. And there's no big rush on that. They're done. The Jupiter 6 is, I think, just needs top and tailing. The OB8's still being a wank, but I think that's about the only one left now. Of the,
I love
of the real bastards.
Uses.
So I've gone from 22 real bastards down to 1. So the doors are open for Ty's, busting open the floodgates and bringing down. I think he said, at least to start with, 1 transit van's load.
Oh.
But a lot of that is sort of like, can you put a new internal battery in this, and can you fix that key, and have you got a knob for this, and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there'll be a few sort of like, oh, we better sit down for this one. But because I think his Studio 1 is about 4 times the size of this workshop, give or take. And he's got 3 of them. Chocker, absolutely chocker. What's that?
Keith's fan.
Have turned me off again.
Nope, but
I tell you what the problem is with this adapter on the iPad,
Yeah.
and things. Well, regardless, every so often, which it could be a few minutes, the whole screen, all your screens refresh.
yeah, you get it on desktops as well. It's not the iPad.
Yeah, and
no, I got it. I get it here.
Yeah, and then sometimes doing that, the audio cuts out, and the only way I can restore the audio is to unplug the adapter, plug it back in. So that's probably why.
Interesting.
Settings. I want to do that. Shall we do it? That one.
She's got herself into this weird
Right,
position so she
audio.
can drink out of the fountain. And I'm not kidding you, there's a water bowl. It's like a washing up bowl, but in metal, in the kitchen, full of water. But she wants to drink from the fountain because the sun's come out. It started working again. She's run straight over there and had a drink. Have you made a hole in the fence there, Lils, at some point?
Oh, God.
You have, haven't you? I think she's... pulled one of the slats away.
Yeah, that's the start of it. We've had a couple of escapes over the years where they've got hold of a bit of fencing and kept pulling it until it's come apart. And the
Well, to
next
be honest,
one, and then,
if she did get into next door's garden, she wouldn't be able to get out of it.
no,
I mean, there's side entrance. I mean, it's got a 7-foot gate, so she's not going anywhere. But she does that. And what she seems to do, because she's done it before, she makes a hole in the fence and she just watches them next door, watching them in the garden. Very, very nosy dog. You couldn't give a monkey, could you? Not your scene, is it? All you're worried about is sausage in blankets and sitting on your dad's lap. Everything else is immaterial to you. Right.
Cough it up, Hayley.
You're not meant to choke on it, love.
Yeah, you wish you're not
First
that
time
big.
for everything.
You hear that?
What?
No, I'm not that big.
I mean, for me, I have to wait until Fiona yawns. Yeah, from boredom.
Is it in yet?
All right. What? What would you do if I went out for a day? I know it's not going to happen, but what would you do?
Lose her shit.
She'd have to come with me.
Well, it's not so much what would happen, it's when you got back home. She'd be climbing up your arsehole.
Oh, mate. I went out and was working on when I was working on the Muzzy, and I was out there about 3 hours solid. And she was sitting on the window ledge watching me. So I'm in her field of view all the time. When I came in, holy shit. Nearly took half the house down, didn't you? Hey? You're a little bit too devoted there, sweet pickle. Hey?
Is she the most devoted dog you've ever had?
No. Believe it or not, no.
Who was worse then?
Probably Larry. But then we've been together, apart from when I went to school. So only when going to school, we were always together, always. When I went out and played in the field with the kids, Larry came with us, and he was always slept in my bed next to me every night without fail. There was a time when he had to have an operation. What was it? Basically, he was kept in overnight, and I had to come down to. I got the phone call. He said, "Can you come down? He's screaming the place down. He won't settle." And I went down there, and I had to sleep on the vet surgery floor with him.
No.
He wouldn't settle. He wouldn't settle. They'd given him a sedative, and he fought it.
Wow.
And so he lived to be 20. I think it was 20 and 6 months old. He was.
Wow.
I got him complete by accident. My mum was in the pet shop up in Tulworthia, and because she says to me, she goes, "You won't believe how." And I went, "Go on." She goes, "Well, we went into the pet shop. I'm getting fish food for the pond." I went, "Right." And she goes, and as I'm coming out of the shop, there's this little place it's sort of like in the window, yeah. And they had these little Jack Russell puppies. And she went, "Oh, aren't they adorable?" Like that. And she goes, I put her hand down. She goes, and I stroked one and given another little one a little rub on the head, like that. And she goes, I pulled my arm out. I'm about to go out the shop. and I can feel this puppy crawling up my arm inside my coat. So she went up to the counter and she goes, "Excuse me," like that. The woman goes, "Yeah." Then she goes, and she pulls back her jacket and this little Jack Russell head comes out and she goes, "How much are they?" And she went, "Oh, they're £4. What was it, £4.20 or something like that?" She went, "Okay." Paid this little thing and brought him home. So we didn't get him; he got us.
Yeah, he picked. Yeah.
He picked, yeah. And he was just, 20 years.
Fucking hell.
Unbelievable, isn't it? But that dog, I couldn't go to the toilet without him having to come as well.
Yeah, it is.
But I mean, to be honest, Siri's like that as well. But not quite as much. Because Siri will go off and play with the others. Whereas Larry was the only dog that we had. So it was him and me.
Yeah.
So she's got other distractions as well. Otherwise, she probably would be as bad.
Yeah.
You know? And then at the other end of the scale, you got Charlie.
He doesn't give a fuck about anyone.
Couldn't give a flying fuck whether I was here or not. No problem. No problem. The only time he's interested in me, first thing in the morning for his pig in his blanket, and dinner time. Oh, hello.
Well, you just said the D word, didn't you?
No, it wasn't because no, it's Noah. He wouldn't hear me say dinner if I said it right into his ear. He's as deaf as a post now, poor little soul.
Hey?
We work on sign language now. And here he comes. Lily, leave him alone.
Go on again, Keith.
Lily absolutely adores.
I changed the microphone and thing to it. It was on the iPad microphone. I didn't realise it was on that. And then the other choice is a KT USB audio, which I thought I was on with the headset. I mean, the only thing I've got is automatically adjust mic volume, and I've got echo cancellation. I've got nothing else to play with.
Oh, this fucking thing.
I wonder what Noah's like when he could walk properly.
More mobile?
Yeah, well, no, he's pretty mobile, but he does all this business everywhere he goes.
Bit Paula Radcliffe, isn't it? You know what I mean? Just...
Yeah, just as like. Yeah, mind you, he'd have a shit in the road as well. Yeah. Lily, leave it alone. Good girl. Yeah, she's beginning to take notice properly, I must admit. So, Siri, are you going to tidy up the workshop for us?
He said he's going to go to the chat. I think he's had enough of.
All right.
Oh, pulling the thingy in and out all the time.
Yeah. Sorry.
He's terrible, isn't he?
He is. Worse than me, and I'm thinking.
What Les Dawson would be like if he had sense.
Les Dawson played much better than I could.
Go. Yeah, it's very hard to play that, David.
One of my favourite skits was the one he did with Shirley Bassey.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen the full length one of that, fucking hell, that was just peak comedy for me. That was.
I was listening to one of Alexei Sal's autobiographies, and he was talking about when they were making the young ones. About he said it's like health and safety didn't exist.
Hmm.
There were some severe injuries.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was one where Rick had to open up the oven and it would explode. Yeah.
Hmm.
And he said the special effects guys filled the oven with explosives and tucked it all in behind the panels where it's supposed to go and all the rest of it, right? And then off to lunch. And when they came back from lunch, one of the other special effects guy went, "Oh, we've got to put the explosives in the oven." You put more explosives in the oven, and then a few more, just make it a nice effect. So when Rick Mail comes to open the oven, and he pulls it, he opens it, and he goes bang like that, right? And he had to go to hospital. He was in hospital for 4 days with burns to his face. Fucking half his hair gone. And what was it? There was another one. I said he had to hit Adrian with a cricket bat, and then so he picks up the cricket bat and pulls it back like that, right? And then gets the other cricket bat, and then which is foam, and smack him in the face with it, right? And he said, he goes, "There's nothing to go wrong there, is there? Absolutely nothing could go wrong there." But what happened was he picked it up and it was like edge on rather than flat.
Ooh, yeah.
Right. And it's because of the edge on was the problem, because what it is there's a wire that runs around the foam. So when you whack it, it doesn't snap the foam. So he picked it up, but didn't know it was edge on. Smacked Adrian in the face, fucking blood everywhere. And the BBC top brass are going, "Oh well, it happens, doesn't it? These things happen."
The kind of comedy that they knocked out back then was
I was cutting edge.
prone to that kind of shit because of what they were doing.
Well, yeah, but it really put Alternate on the map. Big time. It was popular before, but you had to go to the clubs to see it. You had to go to the comedy store and stuff like that to be able to see it.
I mean, there's clips of the Bottom live tours.
Yeah.
Where they're smacking the shit out of each other, and you actually hear them say, "Oh Christ, I actually got you then, didn't I?"
Yeah.
And they've twatted one another.
I like the one where but they show the clips where either Rick or Adrian have forgotten their line. Fucking brilliant.
Don't you ever yearn for change? That's
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best I've ever heard.
For change.
Yeah, love it.
And then when everybody goes, "Yeah," like that, he's going, "Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!"
Stop laughing. Go and have a look at Ben Elton or something. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Well, I reckon one of the best things they did was getting Ben in to help do writing. Because he was up and coming as well, wasn't he? Well, he said, Alexei goes, he said they'd gone to it was some sort of festival, festival they had to go to in Spain, and Alexei won't fly anywhere under pain of death, right? And he said they went over there. He said this is years ago anyway, but he said he went over there with his missus, and there used to be a hovercraft service to Calais or something like that, and to take the hovercraft and then drive through France down into Spain. And he said there's this place near the border where they used to stop, and he said they always used to bring their own food as well. They didn't go into the restaurants and stuff because there wasn't a lot of money knocking around basically. And he said, and he had this lovely tin plate, a knife, a tin of pate, and he's going to make a sandwich, yeah. And he's doing all the bits and pieces, and then he bends down to get get something out of the bag anyway. And as he turns around, he knocks it off this wall. He said, now, although he said the wall this side was 3 foot, he said the other side, he said, was like 20 foot. And it was all cactus and weeds and shit, right? And he's got bollocks to this shit. So anyway, they found themselves going to this festival again, but about 12 years later. And they stopped off at this place and they go, let's go and see if our pate's still there. So he's gone and have a look. And there's this slightly rusty plate now. The knife's still there. The pate's still there. Oh, cool. And he says they still go to visit it now. He says, but he was talking to some other people, some of his other comedy friends, and they now go and visit his pate. So Ben Elton's gone and visit his pate.
It's become a monument.
Yeah. And he goes, let's go and see if Alexis pate's still there. It's like it's a really rusty plate now, he says. And the tin of pate is really starting to show it. The label's gone and all this sort of thing. The wooden handle on the knife is completely obliterated, rotted away.
Love it.
They said, yeah, it's loads. He said, there's a whole community of comedians that will stop off at this at this little petrol station just before going into the across the Spanish border to go and visit Alexis pate.
Pay homage to the pate.
It was brilliant. You tell him. Yeah, good girl. Oh, good boy, I should say. So you're not going to help me, are you? You're not going to help me tidy up this workshop, are you? She's ignoring me now. Deliberately not lifting her head.
She's comfortable, isn't she?
I'm talking to you, Siri. Are you going to help me tidy the workshop? I can see your ears moving. You're listening to me, but you won't lift your head.
That's a question of
I see. Oh, I see.
Am I fucked? I'm going off, yeah.
Okay. Might remember that when a certain time of day comes around.
In about an hour and a half.
So this quadriverb I bought doesn't work.
Absolutely doesn't work.
Oh,
Absolutely
shit.
doesn't work.
Was it power supply or is it internals?
Uh,
Well, it turns on, didn't it?
it arrived this morning.
Yeah, because I clocked you on doing the unboxing.
Yeah.
But
well, maybe let's have a butcher's look. See what we're dealing with. Oh Christ, what's going on there? What's happening there?
It's like one of these rack mounts I was checking. Well, the rack mount I was checking out for the school. It switched on, powered up.
Yeah.
But nothing, not even the display. It lit. The display backlight came on, but there was nothing on the display.
Oh, yeah.
I sent that back to the school. Well, it was about the mid-90s one. I can't even remember what the fuck it was.
Well, no, this one has the, it says configuration, graphic, and all that. Let's give it a program. Cohorsis reverb, whatever the fuck that is. All right. So the display works. It's not very bright, but it works.
Sure, it's the right power adapter and it's kicking out the right voltage because the display is low.
Well, it's one of the, that 5. Well, it's not 5 pin. It's 4 pin, but it's in the DIN configuration.
Oh yeah.
Not
So it's not like a random.
Oh no, it's not pin and ring or whatever they call it. Right.
I'm going to text Robbie and Kent that then.
Okay.
What you are about to receive in Facebook Messenger is strictly off the books, okay?
She's not whacked him out again, has she?
Oh God, no!
Oh.
You're looking at you if she had.
Oh.
Sorry, we'd what?
Right,
We'd
hang on.
hear what the.
Oh. Come now, gentlemen.
Hamina. Sorry.
Absolutely. Absolutely, completely foul.
I didn't know that Greg Davis went out with Liz Kendall, the MP, Work and Pensions Secretary, for about 8 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
There you
Right.
go, you see.
Hey, there's your one. So just got to send this to Mr. Spong now. There you go.
Fucking hell, look at the size of them.
That's what I said.
Jesus.
Is that why she walks like a cowboy? That's Wagyu.
Oh dear me.
Yeah.
All right, strictly, yeah, okay, understood.
All coming off the back of what happened a couple of weeks ago. So
Okay. Oh shit, man.
in the wrong room for that, and yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Arse.
As in, what's up?
Don't know.
Kettled.
No idea at this point.
Does your other one not work?
Yeah, that's why I bought this one. Wah, 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 wah.
Because that's like Serenity, isn't it?
Oh, bloody hell. Fuck me, those caps are hot. Turn it on, Ken, twat. Ow! Fucking hell! That seems really, really hot. I mean, stupidly hot.
Then maybe a recap is in order.
Yeah, looks it. No. What's an AC supply, isn't it, twat? Right. 10. I don't think those caps should be that hot, mate. 10, yeah. They are very hot. Right, let's see what we got after the DC converters. Nothing. Oh, there we go. 12 volt. Fuck. So it ain't that then, is it? 12 volt. Minus 12 volt. Okay, the power supply is working. The converters are working. Bottom. Could be the amp chip, I suppose. But it doesn't even make a crackling noise when you turn the volume. Looks like I'm going to have to make one from the two. But because it's critical that it's a quadriverb that I've used for the testing, you know, it's part of the course, isn't it?
Aye.
The only other one I could gauge it against would be either a 480 XL or a 244, and fuck if I'm buying one of them. Although if I was going to, I'd lean towards the 480 XL, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's one I always sort of gravitate to, or
Yeah.
a recreation of it.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I mean, the algorithms of the 244 are pretty much in the 280.
Yeah.
In the 480 rather. So it's not like you're losing anything. And what you're gaining is reliability.
Yeah.
Although they're not that reliable, but the 244, you're lucky to get 15 minutes out of the bloody thing. And it's the size of a bloody full-blown washing machine. So, all right, just unplug it in and put it to one side. There we go. Sit up there on top of the big welder. Stay out of trouble. Completely different power supply to the one I had for the from my old one. That wasn't. See, this isn't an Alesis power supply.
Oh, right.
But it seems to be giving the right voltage. See, 9 volt, 2000 milliamps, so it's 2 amp. I don't know, maybe it's struggling. Because I think the original Quadriverb one is more than 2 amp. We'll see. We'll see. Right. Do some preliminary tidying up in here, I suppose. What then? I'm with you. Swords and pens. La, 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 la. There's a nice breeze coming up now. Christ.
Yeah. Although it's actually got warmer. It was cooler earlier on. It's now getting warmer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's cooled down nicely here. It was fucking rotten earlier. It's come down quite a lot.
It's gone the opposite way, eh?
Yeah, well, you get everything about half hour, 45 minutes before me. Because it literally comes up that way from you over, doesn't it? At least in the summer.
Yeah.
In the winter, it comes the other way, doesn't it? And that's not so much fun. Well, I would have thought my lady wife would have brought me down a copy by now, because I've only had one today so far. Which in itself is very weird. But it shows how invested in getting this fucking 80s working today is. Or was, I should say. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's such a mess, isn't it? It really is. Out of the way. These are the. What are these ones? Are these the 4006s or not? Well, give us a fucking clue. Oh, I thought I said it. Whatever. I got it. I see box. Cool. Right. Out of the way. Out now. So where's the other one then? Where's the other chip checker? I don't know. Pass. I thought it was out here. Obviously not. Okay. Lily? No. Big fat no. You're a good girl. Looks like something I'm going to have to go and fix, isn't it? You're showing far too much interest in that there. As it fall off the other side, get wank. Where's my baby go? Right. So much stock. Okay, mind your thumb, young lady. Yeah.
Ian, Matt.
Yes, mate.
Wait. Have you tried the new G-Force synth yet?
No. I will do, but not yet. To be honest, I haven't fired my studio computer or anything in there up since I've come out.
No.
No.
You've come out, have you? Oh, I didn't realise. Congrats. That's yeah.
Some may suggest we go back in again. Julian Clary doesn't need any more competition he's already got.
I fucking love Julian Clary. I think he's amazing. Doesn't give a shit.
I know.
That's just backstage, $15 a month. Can't imagine. Can you imagine saying that somebody getting pulled up for saying that these days?
Yeah.
I'd be uproar.
Yeah.
The opposite kind.
Yeah, you happy with that?
Even the American president, nobody pulls him up on saying "fuck" on live TV. No.
Well.
New class. Oh, somebody's left a big chocolate hairy turd behind you. Oh, no, it's not. It's Nelly. Nelly. Siri.
You've been spoken to.
They're like, and?
Yeah.
Calling you.
Hello. Behind you. Siri.
Siri. No. Okay.
No, she's only got her eyes for one man.
I'm not going to bloody argue with you. You want to be like that? You be like that. Right, yeah, you should. Look, why are you coming in? I'm doing stuff, and now you show up. Hey, do some elbow room, will you? Right, so.
Ken, behind
Yes,
you. Look at Lily.
She's not shagging it.
Get off the 80.
That worked.
No sense of boundaries at all.
In fairness, she wasn't alive in 1979 when that fucking thing was out, so. She's
But
not
also,
aware.
in fairness, she wasn't eating it. So,
It's true. Yeah. Every cloud.
yeah, exactly so. Right. You put that in the rubbish bin for me? No? I thought so. I'll fucking do it, shall I? Hey,
Somebody's just posted a picture up of the old ABC cinema in Norwich, which is where probably the first cinema I went to.
Yeah.
70s. It's being completely gutted and converted into flats, of course.
Oh.
I found out
Sign of the
yesterday.
times, my friend.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Earl's Court had been fucking flattened.
Oh God, years ago.
Didn't know that.
Years ago.
You know?
No, somebody put a picture up on fucking Facebook yesterday. I was like, and then said, "Oh, you know, before its demolition." I was like, "What?
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
No."
Thanks to us.
Well, the last I went to one gig there, which was Duran Duran in about 2005. It was just after Andy Taylor had come back, and it was the fucking worst sounding gig I'd ever been to.
Oh God, yeah, 'cause it's too fucking big.
Horrible sound. Great gig, shit sound. But my dad used to take me there to the motorcycle show in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
My uncle, who was a fucking multi-millionaire, used to take me to the boat show.
Yeah. You used to have
I remember going in once with him, and money was like a tool to him. He didn't give a fuck about money. Didn't give a shit about it. We went up to a Royal Navy stand, and they were selling off like 16-foot rib speedboat things.
Yeah.
And the guy goes into this massive sales patter about it, and Paul looked up at him and went, "I don't give a shit about your sales pattern, mate." He says, "I know what they are. I want 4 of them. How much?" And the guy went, $8,000 a piece. So he just pulls out the check, for 32 grand and fucks it out and said, "Right, here's the address, send them there." Walked off. And the bloke's like, "Huh?" He was brilliant, my uncle. I loved him to bits.
Well, that didn't hurt.
Yeah, Earl's Court. Gee, that was about 10 years ago that all came down.
2017, apparently, it started.
So it started a bit earlier than that. But I think it took a few years to what, because they did Olympia 1 and 2 as well. It was like the whole thing just went down.
How sad. It was a gorgeous looking building. I loved it.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Leveled. But they're supposed to be redeveloping it. But
yeah, well, we all know how it works out, don't we?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it was Johnson that fucking revoked its listed status, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, that must have been a nice big envelope.
Yeah. Yeah, I went there for a few shows, as in like trade. I think there was a music thing many years ago. I saw Take That there, and I didn't. I had to chaperone my sister and her friend because they were like 14 or 15, and my mum wouldn't let him go. So me and my ex-wife said, "Oh, we'll go with you." So, like you say, I mean, the acoustics were shite.
Yeah, it's shocking.
But when it's full of prepubescent girls literally pissing themselves because of...
That made it worthwhile for you.
Yeah. And that was the infamous night that they did their cover of Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Oh, God. And you survived?
I know.
Hey, he's something gone.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, everyone in the audience that was over the age of 20 was going... And all the girls were just like... It was fucking awful.
I've only got a week and a bit till I see Richard at Powderham. Chic.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it reminds me. Can you remember who it was who did a cover of Kraftwerk's The Model?
Pass.
I don't know.
Somebody did. Because I remember having this argument with somebody about it. His group. What a brilliant song it was. And I said, yeah, it's a cover done by Kraftwerk. And they wouldn't have it.
11 unusual covers So Rammstein have done one. The Cardigans have done one.
Okay.
There's a string quartet have done one. David Byrne has done one.
Well, David Byrne can't do no wrong.
No. There's a
He could
techno
put
version
Marmite
by
on cornflakes,
Generator.
and I'd applaud him.
Yeah. There's even a ska version.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Seems a little
Yeah,
bit.
his latest single, David Byrne, came on the radio again this morning, and I'm lying there in bed and I'm thinking, I'm getting goosebumps because I bought tickets to go and see him. Oops, sorry. Bought tickets to go and see him, which weren't fucking cheap. I'm so fucking excited. I hate wishing time away, but next March cannot come soon enough.
Yeah.
I just cannot wait to see him.
I can't blame you for that, babe.
I wish, because there were rumours going around that there might be a Talking Heads reunion.
Really?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think that they all kind of tolerate each other in their, when they were doing, especially when they're promoting the Stop Making Sense stuff.
Yeah.
But I think they're all amicable, but I'm not entirely sure they could all work together again. It'd be great if they did, but
Well, can you imagine it?
even my
so nice to have them
daughter
back
likes
again.
Talking Heads. Oh, Asios, you miserable cunt. It's brilliant. The video's great as well. Have you seen American Utopia, the live show that he did? You can get it on various streaming sites. It's because the band have all got their instruments over there, like they're like a marching
Will you
band
go
style
out?
thing.
Come on.
So you got the drummers, you got
I'm trying to work your
keyboard players, are all
point.
playing. What's that cheap Korg workstation? Is it? Begins with a K, but it's not the Kronos. Is it Chrome?
Chrome.
KR. Yeah, I think they're all Chromes. And there's percussionists and guitarists, but the band are all there, and they're all wearing this, the same sort of grey suits, and they're all barefoot, and they're they're doing all the stuff and the singing and the move. It's just brilliant. And then he throws in, he obviously puts in solo stuff. He does a version of Wicked and Lazy, which he did the vocals on. I can't remember who the band was that did that. He does a version of that. He does a bunch of Talking Head stuff. It's really good. It's really, really good. And his book, How Music Works, brilliant. Got the audio book. It's really good.
Oh, okay.
Because it's so clever, and he really goes into, he doesn't make it complicated, but it's a very deep thing. Yeah, it's good.
Is this the one that goes? Yeah, this one comes off of that.
So who else has done a cover
on
of Das Model? Cardigans, Rammstein, Veronica Zemanova, the Balanescu Quartet, Snakefinger in '79, Ride, Big Black, Dance Robots, Hikaru, The Members.
I was thinking about it. Maybe it wasn't the model.
I mean, there's lots of Tangerine Dream apparently.
Yeah.
2010, yeah. Malcolm McLaren has done a version of it. TerraVision.
Because technically, Tangerine Dream stuff isn't something you'd sort of like
No.
easily copy.
Spiz Energy. And then all the others are people I've never heard of. But there's lots. Divine Comedy.
I have.
Wow.
I think I had one coffee today. I had one coffee today.
The Totenhosen. They did a version.
Yeah, in a minute.
Anyway.
Don't worry, darling. I'll bring it up. I'm just mid whatever this is. Yeah, sort of. So much of it.
Permission to strangle Noah.
You have my permission to strangle Noah.
Don't you get your hands off him.
Oh no.
Don't you dare touch him.
Noah's guardian is here. Overlooking Noah's well-being as always.
Well, tell me how to shut him up then.
Give him a pigging blanket.
Yeah, feed him.
At the door far.
Give him a treat. Do love a treat, thee do.
Oh.
Looks like you've won the day, dog. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. I'm supposed to do that. Oh, that's all right. Little shit. That's like it, laddie.
You see that video I posted about the VW Phaeton?
I watched half of it this morning. I've got some more to watch, but
There's two videos at the moment.
I did see that there was a second one, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Fucking hell. Oh,
I hadn't heard of him. There's a few car-related channels that I follow, but I hadn't heard. But I will be following up because he seems like he's
proper on it, and he's like a really nice guy, you know, just genuinely nice guy. I only found him because I was looking for videos of Artie on shooting breaks, and he got one.
You ready?
And he's really into his Golf R32s and stuff.
yeah.
And of course, the engine in this Arteon is the same as the one that's in the Golf Mark 8R.
All nice.
Yeah.
So when's that going ahead, or is it
deposit? Yeah. Deposit's down. It's just because it's part of what they call their extended dealer network. So it wasn't in one of their dealerships, but it was in one that they have a connection with, and they can exchange vehicles round. So he called it up on screen, and I was just, oh, yeah.
Did you need tissues?
I did. Yeah.
I think the man's sold.
Yeah. Well, the thing was, it didn't look like there was any possibility of it because they didn't have one, and so I wasn't considering it. And I just happened to was Googling, and I found one that was in King's Lynn, but it was at like a private car dealer, but a big private car dealer, but just a private one. So they would have only been able to offer me like a 3-month warranty, all that kind of stuff. And I said, yeah. I said that, I showed him my phone. I said, that's what I want. He goes, oh, where's that then? I said, well, it's in King's Lynn. He goes, okay, well, and he comes back and he says, right, I've had a look, and we've actually got one at one of our, these dealers that we have a connection with. And he pulls this one up on screen. It's identical to the one, and it's good mileage. And I said, look, all right, do your work, do your magic. If you can get it to a good price, give me a little bit more. He gave me a bit more for mine, and he then gave me a bit more of a discount on the list price. And we got to an agreeable point. So yeah, deposit's down. They've got to ship it. And I don't know how they're going to get it. He says it can take up to 10 days, but it's normally quicker than that. And they'll get it in. They'll do the VW approved used health check thing, and I can go and play.
Lovely. That's fucking good for you.
Well,
nice.
It's the one I wanted.
That's going to be a nice grand tour for you across Europe, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, I've already started planning. But the poor guy from Audi, because we went to see the Audi dealership the week before, and he worked his bollocks off. Fair play, he really did, and he managed to find me a brand new A5 with the extra toys on it that I wanted. like the adaptive cruise and all that kind of stuff, and managed to discount it heavily. I mean, what did he say? The amount of discount on it was crazy. I'm like, Jesus, you really do want my business. Audi S5, Sound and Vision pack, and yeah, that's the one. So they knocked 4,165 off the list price.
Yeah.
Then they
It's a buyer's market, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah. Plus my equity from trading in mine and paying off the PCP, and then a finance deposit contribution of 5,225.
Fucking hell.
So, with me putting some money in with that discount and with that financial, it was the deposit that was going to be put down on it was near enough 8,800 quid, and I'm only contributing like less than a quarter of that. And it brought the balance right down. And in actual fact, I could have had that car for pretty much the same monthly price as what I'm paying for the shooting brake. But it's a brand new car. I mean, literally brand spanking new. So the minute I drive it off the showroom, that PCP is then going to start getting not as nice.
Yeah.
When it comes to trading it in. So and plus it was the A5 Sport, not the A5 S line, which is a nicer trim, and I just didn't like it. I took one out for a test drive, and I came back to the dealership, and not a single thing about it impressed me, beyond what I was used to.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's got to fire something off in you. So,
I mean, it's a lovely car. It's well built. Very good, everything about it's solid. It's an Audi, for fuck's sake. But I'm sat there, I'm thinking, it's missing the bits that I like on mine. It feels smaller inside. I think it is technically smaller inside. It didn't make me go, oh.
Yeah, which it's got.
Yeah, if it doesn't make me go, oh, they're not really interested.
Yeah.
To put Alan Wilder's spin on it, it's got to give you a certain shiver.
Indeed. Yeah. And
Right.
like Asio says,
Oh,
they
yeah,
are
fucking
like Audi now have had to kind of to remain competitive. I guess they've probably had to sort of come down a little bit, and VW have come up a little bit, and there's really not a huge amount in it, and you get so much more for your money with a VW. And at the end of the day, there's so much that's shared across both companies and both cars. I mean, the A5 and the Arteon both use that MQB modular platform. So, it's all like just off the shelf. VW Audi off the shelf, they just grab these, bolt them together, stick a different body shell on. So underneath it's all VAG stuff.
Well, it's like mine. I've got a Seat Ibiza now, and it's
that's VAG.
It's fucking Polo.
Yeah.
It's black one.
Exactly.
Anyway, right. Listen, I've got to dive off because we've got an appointment with the secondary school tonight. So.
Okey-dokey.
Oh dear.
Never stops. Right, gentlemen. Listen, lovely. Good to see you both.
See you later.
See you later, darling.
Bye.
All right. See you later.
Right.
Yeah, as Skodas again, they're VAG, but and I haven't got a problem with the badge. What I have a problem with is that there is a cheaper feel to the quality of the build and the materials than there is on, say, the Seats or the VWs or the Audis. They're just... I've driven quite a few, particularly when I had a company car and I was sort of flitting between before I got mine. They used to keep supplying me with Octavias.
I remember them.
And whilst it had like lots of, all the features, and I think the media unit was the same as the the V Dub, which is also the same. No, it's not the same as the Audi. The Audi's got a slightly different one. I think Seat's used the same. So most of it's the same. The switchgear looks, pretty much the same. But there was just the quality of the build, the plastics and stuff. They've obviously got to be saving some money somewhere, and I think that's mostly where they save it. However, they've got the same engines in them, albeit not as well tuned. So the engine I've got in this shooting brake is the EA 888 Evo 4, which is their latest version. But they tune them differently for the brands. They're not going to stick the Golf tuned version in a Skoda or a Seat. But I saw something recently about Skoda Superb Estate, and it was like the headline was something like this sleeper will leave some sort of sports car standing.
Yeah.
And I couldn't make out from this article whether it had ever been a production model or whether it was just like a one-off. But it was, the figures were crazy. It was stupidly fast. It's like over 400 brake horsepower in the Skoda, and the big one, the Superb.
Yeah, mind you, Skodas did have a bit of a spurt later on, didn't they?
Well, Skodas were they always got this kind of bad rep as the cheap European manufacturer, but they were brilliant in World Rally Championships.
That's what ended up putting them on the map proper, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
People started to take them more seriously.
So,
Wait me now. No. There we go. Beautiful now. Perfect fit. Look at that. There we go.
Oh, dear me. I must have to admit, I did look at a few Golfs and thought, can I persuade myself to go back down to a like a hatchback again?
Yeah.
And then I just think, well, if I want to move a couple of synths around, that's just not going to cut it. So maybe that's the next one, because if I take this one for like 3-4 years, it puts me near. Well, if I say 4 years, I'll be nearly 60. Might want to downsize.
Well, put it this way. I'm 62 and I bought a Mustang.
Well, this is true.
Fuck it, mate.
Yeah.
Age is a state of mind, not a number. And that is my philosophy for the day. Next week on Deck and Order. Get up! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fucking love.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, so I'm just chomping at the bit at the moment because I just want to see the fucking thing.
Yeah.
I'm slightly dreading, because I don't think I've ever committed to a vehicle until I've actually seen it and test driven it. But I had to commit for them to ship it in.
Right.
And it's all been done through a main dealer, so it should all be.
Yeah, but you've done it enough times. You know if you got the feel or not.
Oh yeah. I mean, basically, it's the same car as I've got. It's just a little bit bigger at the back, and it's got this mental engine in it.
There's a Juno 60 in here. Whose is that?
Mine. I think it's mine.
I didn't know we had one here. I didn't know we had one here.
I've got a gap in my thing. This fits
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Beautiful little thing.
Worth a punt.
Well, this is the DX7.
Oh, go on.
Done. It's all done, ready to rock and roll. And as is the one. we go. Right. Over there for now. It's back. Yeah. That's Lily bringing in rocks.
You
Right.
don't look what I found.
Back that way. Put it over there. Right. Pick upable rubbish here. We'll pick that up. And the rest of it is a Hoover job. Right, there we go. There's just 4 spare components for now. That'll look later. Right. I think that puts us in the right frame of mind. We can watch that on replay, fast speeds, and see. I think that probably looks quite satisfying when we watch it back.
Yeah.
Oh. There we go. Oh. Hopefully, I'll be able to get some hours on that Mustang door this week then. What do you? All right, girl. All right. Hello, girls. Hello. Yes, hello.
Get
Yes,
your
love
nose
you.
out of there. Jeez.
Love you too.
Oh, they're all.
Oh God. No.
Poor old Nelly. You've been defiled.
Nelly.
Nelly.
Nelly, is it true your arse smells like a strawberry mousse? Oh dear God. Oh, you're back. Right, there we go.
Go and put your feet up, mate.
I tell you what, if I wasn't warm before, I am now. Huh. Phew. Like I say, I don't think there's much left on the bobs now.
Cool.
Been deliberately turning stuff away, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I just got, it's just silly. I just had to catch up. Fixing relevant file permission failed. That's what I like about Windows. Just doing shit in the background that you didn't ask it to do. Oh, now you're interested in the camera. I can't believe I've only had one copy today. What time is it?
Good.
It's 5:15. Normally I would have had, 9 by now? 10? With a 9 a.m. start.
Yeah.
It's weird, I don't feel bad for it, but I suppose that's because it's caffeine-free stuff. I mean, if it was the caffeine gear and I was still on that, I'd probably be climbing the fucking walls now, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh dear, pardon me. Oh, what's pinging at me now?
Weird though, whatever my sleeping problem is, it wasn't the coffee.
Hey up.
Hey up.
How do?
How we doing?
Yeah, Tracky Jack, good idea. Execute order 66.
Hello, chatties. I can't see you because I'm on my phone.
All right.
Nelly.
Just been to see
execute order
28 years
66.
later.
Oh yeah, any good?
Good girl. It's your ball then.
Disappointing is how I would describe it.
Oh.
It's the ball.
This
Really,
is contrary
I was really
to popular opinion.
I know, yeah. I just think
Give me the ball.
it wasn't the movie I expected it to be. Some of it's really good, but the storyline at times is absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
Compared to the first movie, and to some extent the second movie, and I know this is part of a trilogy.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't say what happens at the end because it's like what? Because that's where all the fuss is about, apparently. Yeah,
okay.
no, I was just a bit disappointed, really. And you
Yeah.
know, I mean, it's Danny Boyle, it's Alex Garland. You know, I love their work normally, but people have to go make their own mind up, really.
Yeah.
Me and Fiona have been watching Slow Horses.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant,
isn't it?
Yeah, it's really.
The next
Mind
series
you,
is
anything with Gary Oldfield in.
Yeah, Gary Oldman. You mean
Oldman, rather. Oldfield? Who the fuck's Gary Oldfield?
Mike's brother.
Sounds like a rugby player.
Yeah. But even when I said it, I went, no, that's
the next
not
series.
right.
I think is going to be next series is September. I think.
Yeah. They've made some.
And I've read all the books. They're great. You know.
Yeah.
And I quite like the fact that they're sort of doing a book, more or less a book at a time. You know.
Yes.
Yeah, we caught up on because Jackie's never seen either 28 Days or 28 Weeks.
All right.
So we watched those because they're both. I think 28 Days is on iPlayer at the moment.
It is, yeah.
And 28 Weeks is on Netflix. So we watched both of those. It's been a long while since I've seen them, but I mean the first one is still just brilliant, so well done.
It is the best one, isn't it?
Yeah.
By quite a long shot, really.
Yeah, the second one's not awful.
No.
I just felt it went a little bit Hollywood because we've got to sell it to the Americans, so let's put Jeremy Renner in it, but then they did keep, they kept the likes of the British contingent, but I thought Robert Carlyle made a very good zombie.
He did.
But then Robert Carlyle's just brilliant anyway. But
he is, isn't he?
Yeah. But it was good, and it's somewhat a little predictable. But I've heard lots of good things about 28 Years. So
yeah, I mean, I don't want to tell you too much because I want people to see it, make their own mind up, really. But there was one bit I thought, oh, that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
That wouldn't.
Oh, I know who Gary Oldfield is. Yeah. He's the
Who's
bloke that
Gary
bought the
Oldfield?
Mustang off.
Oh, there you go.
So he's not a rugby player.
Or an XMI5. No.
Yeah.
So we've been watching. I think I mentioned before, Murderbot on Apple TV.
Oh yeah.
Really enjoying it. It's difficult to describe because like each episode is only like 23 minutes long. They're very kind of short episodes. And it's basically about this security robot that's basically a human, but he's a robot, but he looks very human. Played by one of the Skarsgård boys, and he's assigned to this unit of researchers, scientific researchers that come from a culture, a planet or whatever, where they're all very peace-loving and basically hippies, that kind of thing. They don't believe in violence, they don't like to carry guns, and they were very reluctant to take a security robot with them, but they got, the company that's paying for their work said, we've got to have. So they chose the cheapest sec unit, as they're called, robot. And he was cheap because he was old, but he's also cracked his governing chip. So he's bypassed the thing that stops him from doing bad things. But he doesn't use it necessarily for bad, evil purposes, even though the name of the series is Murderbot.
Yeah.
He actually it's sort of like the way he is sort of like the conflict between what he wants to do. All he wants to do is download and watch soap operas and television shows, and he hates humans and he hates eye contact. But it's funny, but it's also there are bits where you go, whoa, it's a little bit violent.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody at my door. Back in a sec.
Okay, mate.
That's disappointing. Wasn't
Wasn't
for
for
me.
you. No. One of the best things on the iPlayer at the moment is Shifty. Have you seen Shifty?
Shifty. No, I haven't.
It's a series of 5 documentaries. Each one's about an hour and a half. And they're using original footage from, it starts in the early 80s.
Right.
It takes up to the end of the 90s. It's very political, but there's lots of other stuff in there as well. They're just absolutely brilliant. So yeah, no, try it. You can check it out. We watched it over the last 5 nights. It was just, and you know, there's quite a bit about Thatcher's monetary policy and the damage that it did to factories and people's jobs.
Yeah.
You know, which I mean, I don't remember that much about it, if I'm honest, at the time. You know, but it was that devastating. You know, but it clearly was, and to some extent, we're still living with the you know, the hangover of the 80s, even now.
Thing is, I mean, obviously, I grew up and was aware of a lot of what was going on politically, but wasn't hugely invested in it. I mean, I was.
No, neither was I.
I was a proper sort of like CND type, you know. I was hated, you know, the prospect of mutual destruction and all that kind of stuff, and but I wasn't like I just remember seeing a lot of this stuff on the news and reading about it in the papers, but living in rural East Anglia, you know, we're not caught up in, you know, what was going on. You know, I mean, we remember seeing the miners' strike and everything that went on there, but because I worked in the miners' welfare clubs through the strike, which gave me particularly insight into what was going on. But prior to that, no, I didn't. But I was out having a good time. Really, I wasn't. You know, I was doing a day job and partying most evenings and weekends. You know, either playing in bands or just partying. You know, and then it started to come home what was going on when, you know, you'd see these miners there and they would have one pint. And, you know, they were there to see the act, whoever the act was, but they'd be there with one pint all night because literally they had no money. Yeah.
You know, I remember a conversation because we made a decision fairly early on not to talk about the strike when we were at the clubs, you know, and you'd see when things started to go, when scabs started to go back, you knew where they lived because the windows had been put in and the front doors were daubed with scabs. So, you know, and it devastated some of those communities because even now today, you know, people don't talk to each other because of what they did in the strike. But our bass player
did or something.
Yeah, exactly. Our bass player actually said to this guy, he was a concert chairman of, it was somewhere Doncaster way. And he said, "Oh, how do you think the strike's going?" He says, "Oh," and this was in the first 3 or 4 months. He says, "Oh, we'll lose." He says, "I've been down in London all day." He says, "We're not going to win this." And so they knew that early on.
Yeah.
And it lasted another 18 months,
at least. Yeah.
You know. So there's a bit. There's not a huge amount about the miners' strike, but you know, there's a bit about Algreen.
Oh yeah.
But it's mainly about how devastating the other policies were, particularly things like housing and you know the factories and all the rest of it. You know.
Yeah.
But no, it's a really good series.
We were quite lucky at school because my English teacher was a proper Welsh socialist. Proper, dyed in the wool. She probably grew up in, you know, those sort of mining areas.
Yeah.
So she had a strong affinity with that. And
That
then
better.
there you go. And
Duh.
my drama teacher was very, and we actually studied in history at O level. We studied like Tolpuddle Martyrs, the Luddites,
Oh, yeah.
all of that kind of, and the cooperative movement and all that. So, I mean, we could have studied anything in history. It would have, if it had been the year before, it might have been the American Revolution. If it had been the year after, it might have been, the history of Europe or something. But it just so happened that year we studied pretty much all of these kind of massive socialist movement things, and it just gave me this. And then because my first job was with the co-op. And this was back in the days when there were still individual cooperative societies, and you will remember, and you got your dividends, and you had the co-op everything. There was a co-op optician and a co-op coal merchant and a co-op funeral agency.
My parents and grandparents didn't go anywhere else but the co-op.
Yeah.
For funerals.
And you get
so
sort of brought up
everybody in the Cole and Copley family were buried by the co-op.
Yeah. I probably will be. I've already said to Jackie, I said, just go with a co-op. I still, whenever I go to Ipswich, which is not that often, but the old cooperative, the main food hall and department store, and I can close my eyes and see it all. It was this massive part of Ipswich town centre, where you had the food hall, you had all of the dry good department stores, parts of that. Then there was this big sort of alleyway, well, not an alleyway, just like a thoroughfare. And down each side were all of the smaller cooperative institutions, like the funeral directors, like the pharmacy, like the opticians. And then round the back, there was big warehousing and offices. And if you look up, you can still see the old signs and the motto. I think it just says something like one for all or all for one, that sort of thing. And it's just steeped in that kind of tradition.
The one in York took a whole corner block right in the middle of the city. And I remember as a kid going to going to see Father Christmas, and they'd take over a whole floor on the third floor. And it was quite magical as a small child going in, And I have to say, over the years, it did get worse and worse and worse. They obviously hit a point where when we started to take the boys, it literally was a shadow of its former self.
Yeah.
That's I suppose that's the way of progress, I guess.
Yeah, that's what they call it, isn't it? Progress.
Yeah, it is.
So my daughter works. So this is the weird thing I still can't get my head around. She works at a co-op, which is like a mile or so just that way. And it's a co-op, small supermarket, and petrol station. And it's owned and run by, I think it's the Central Co-op, whatever that means. But if you go to the co-op in town, that's East of England Co-op. So now we've got competing cooperative stores in basically back in my day, the whole of Suffolk was the Ipswich Cooperative Society.
Co-op,
That was it. Yeah. That was just the Ipswich, and then in Norfolk it was the Norwich Cooperative Society, and they had all their stores in the town or the city, but they also had stores in the villages. So when I worked, my first job was at the co-op in a little village called Woolpit, which is near Bury St Edmunds. And then I got posted to all. Because I was the young kid with a motorbike that they could just tell. Oh, we need some cover over here. We need some cover over there. Stick Rob on his bike and pay his petrol money. So I used to work at all, and they were all just the one co-op, Ipswich Cooperative Society. That was that. And I remember many years after I left, I think it became the Ipswich and Norwich. They merged, and then I think one of the Essex ones merged because they had to merge to become larger to get the order value in. Yeah. To get the prices to pass on to the customers that, of course, the companies like Tesco's and Sainsbury's were able to do very easily. Yeah. And so now it's just this big thing. And, my sister lives in Manchester, obviously, massive home of, the co-op, essentially, isn't it? We used to go there.
Yeah, we've got two here. One quite near to us. I've only been in it once. And then there's one right over the other side of town. But I don't even know if they're actually connected to each other. suppose it should be really, but you never know.
Well, the thing is, like, I can't remember who it was. I think my son and my wife, they had a cooperative like loyalty card thing, but it was for. It wasn't for the co-op that my daughter works for, so obviously it wasn't compatible. Whereas before, I mean, I can even still remember my co-op share number from 1986, 200 586. And I used to work on the tills, and the first thing you'd say to every customer, share number. And if they didn't have a share number, there was a charity share number. So you just say, "Can I put it on the charity one?" Yeah, put it on the charity one. So you put it on there. And then, of course, the charity, sort of change on a regular basis, would get that period's funds. But I was going into the co-op bank and getting my divvy every 6 months, get my divvy paid out, and then thinking, "Oh, what can I pay, use that to buy?" Then it'd probably end up, beer money.
Exactly.
Those are the days. Kids these days don't know their ball.
They don't know their ball. But it does worry me what sort of world we're leaving for them.
Are we going to leave them anything? Bomb the hell out of each other.
I mean, I have to say, I caught a headline in the Express, not that I ever read the Express, it was online yesterday, saying, "We're at the start of World War III," and I'm thinking, F off. There's nothing like scaremongering.
Yeah.
Well, Russia has shown a lot of interest in backing up Iran.
Of course they will. If China want to get involved, they'll back them as well, along with North Korea.
I don't know if China wants to get involved, to be honest.
I don't think China will at the moment.
No.
But you never know.
But you see, the reason that World War III is a possibility is because America decided it'd be a good idea to vote for a complete fucking...
Torag? Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, I was listening to something.
His stupidity isn't the problem. His real problem is he acts like a 5-year-old, a petulant 5-year-old. That's the problem.
I watched an interview on, I think it was on Politics Show actually, and this interview this woman who obviously she's done a book on Trump, a recent book, not like from 2016, and she said that the problem with him is that he doesn't read briefings, doesn't nobody can tell him what to do, and he will make a decision on what's going on in the room at the time.
Well, when you've got a 5-year-old in a supermarket who can't have the sweeties, laying on the floor, kicking and screaming at the top of their voice, you don't give them the button to the fucking nuclear arsenal, do you?
No, you don't. Exactly.
It's not rocket science. For fuck's sake.
But I mean, from a marketing point of view, whoever is behind Trump, and I can't.
And that's the thing. That's why I think a lot of people make a mistake. They think that he sits there and makes all these. He doesn't. No. It's a whole team of people like Stephen Miller behind him, who are just saying you got to do this, and he'll what do I get?
Well, they're behind him because he was the one who had a chance of winning. Because he was willing to openly lie and you cajole all the, shall we say, the less intelligent on board. He's promising the right things to people who wanted actual change in certain areas. So they go, right, we'll get behind Trump because he gets us in. And once we're in, we make a few bob.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because when you look at Stephen Miller, who my flesh crawls whenever I see him.
Taylor Green. If anything, if at any point there was justification for vets to be allowed to put humans down, it's fucking her.
But somebody like Stephen Miller would never make it as a president, as a politician of that, that, because he's just this evil, horrible, detestable. He's not even a human. Anyway, he would never. But so people like him they find, let's say, this kind of
Find
puppet
people
that they can,
that-
that they can put at the front of them and say, vote for this guy, but we're controlling everything he does, and that's where I think a lot of the shit comes from. It's not, Trump's just a fucking TV personality at the end of the day. That's all he is.
Yeah.
Unlike, people say, oh well, wasn't Reagan, and as much as I didn't agree with a lot of Reagan's politics, at least he actually was a seasoned politician and had been, he'd been the governor of
He'd been
California.
governor, hadn't he?
He'd been the governor of
California first,
California, and he had principles and stuff and policies that he strongly believed in. I mean, there's a great debate between, is it him and George Bush Senior? I think it was during the primaries.
Yeah.
For it must have been the 1980 election, and they're both stood there. So they're both Republicans. But they're having the most civil, educated, informed debate about policies.
Yeah.
And you think, God, back then, even fucking George Jr. I've seen some of his speeches in a new light, because I've got books I've got almost a shelf of books on George W. Bush being an absolute fucktard. But but compared to what we have now, he's positively.
I have to say, I detested him as a politician. But by comparison, let's face it, he's easy compared to Trump. Now, I went to the 9/11 memorial, 2010. Well, it was after it must have been 2010. About 15 years ago. It had newly opened, and you could go upstairs and there's a film, and it was basically the political what George W. Bush and his team were doing the moments before 9/11 happened and straight afterwards, and it's the only time I really saw him be human. Because he's saying, how can we, if we can get people onto the roof, can we get them off? And they're saying, no, there's no chance. We can't
It's
save those people.
It's like Giuliani made quite a name for himself as well at the time, compared to how he sounds now.
Oh yeah,
it's like two different fucking people.
I remember.
That's it. Politics is the game. It's not really the person that they are.
Well, how often do you see a politician who is a complete dickhead while they're a politician, and the minute that they're no longer in politics, they become a human being again.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's Boris Johnson.
True.
No, actually, hang on. He'll come back. We haven't seen the last of that. No, I'm serious. He'll be back.
But if you when
you're not going to last.
When you see and hear his sister, you realise that it wasn't genetics.
Yeah.
There's a really good book that Matt was involved in. I think he was editor on it, about the rise and fall of Boris Johnson. It's absolutely brilliant. It's written by a Tory. Actually, it's really, really well written, because he wants to be popular. So it's a bit like Trump to some extent, or maybe not, but you couldn't get a decent response, a decent decision out of Johnson, purely and simply because he wanted to please everybody.
Yeah. But there's a photograph that I put up on my Facebook, and I keep pulling it and put it back on my Facebook at regular intervals, of him and some of his cronies walking out of this underpass and doing everything in his power not to notice the homeless guy with his dog. Yeah.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner that they have every year.
Yeah.
Okay. Trump has never been to one as a president. He refuses to go because he knows he'll get absolutely ripped to shreds, and he can't stand that. He absolutely can't stand
No, he can't stand that.
There was, for some reason, I must have watched something that fed this into my YouTube feed, but there was one that George W. Bush did with a comedian who sadly passed away, but he was very famous towards the end of his career for doing a brilliant George W. Bush impersonation. And for the, because they always have an invited guest, who is generally a comic. George W. Bush got this guy, and they stood up together, both in, so he was in character, and George W. Bush was playing. They'd obviously worked out this whole skit that went on for about 20 minutes, and George would say something, and then the comedian guy would sort of like say what's going on in George's head. So it would always be the silly, funny stuff. And he was ripping the piss out of the President of the United States, who was 2 steps away from him, and they'd worked on this skit. It was, and even George W. Bush was really very good as a kind of this comic.
The foil, yeah.
Yeah, and they did this thing for like 15, 20 minutes. It's hilarious. You just go and find it on YouTube. It's brilliant. Yeah. And he did that. Trump would never do that. Obama did that. He did it one year with the guy that was angry Obama. So the president was giving his speech, but then the comic behind him was angry Obama. So he was doing that same sort of thing. And it's. I mean, they absolutely did not take themselves seriously. They knew that they could take the piss out of themselves. And then there's another one where Seth Meyers, who is now is obviously Saturday Night Live stand up, has his own late night. He was the comic host for the evening, and there's a clip of him taking the piss out of Donald Trump. It was around the time where Trump was questioning Obama's birth certificate, and Trump's in the audience, and there's a camera trained on the side of Trump's head. And it flicks constantly from Seth telling all of these hilarious jokes about Donald Trump to his face in a room of a few hundred people, being broadcast live on PBS somewhere or C-SPAN to the rest of the world. And Trump just literally sits there motionless, doesn't laugh at himself, nothing. Literally just looks.
He's a complete sociopath.
Yeah, it's
absolutely
fascinating in a scary sort of way.
I still love. Did you see that thing last week? It was after he'd come back from the G7 that he left early.
Oh, yeah.
And he was down at the golf course, right? There's all the people standing around, and he puts in the tee, puts the ball on the tee.
Yeah, saw that.
And gives it a bit all this business.
And
gets lined up, and he whacks like that, and everybody looks. And the ball is still on the tee, and he just picked it up with the tee and put it in his pocket and walked away.
Yeah.
And everybody else is still looking away. They don't look back. They know they fucking hit it.
And they're clapping.
Yeah. Oh, good shot.
He's known to be the wildest cheat at golf.
Mm.
The absolute worst. I mean, he's just scum. He really is. I was just reading today about a Norwegian, young, like in early 20s Norwegian, went to America a couple of weeks ago for the holiday of a lifetime. 2 weeks he had been saving up for it, and he gets pulled aside by immigration. They demand to check his phone and tell him that if he refuses, it's 5 years in jail or a $5,000 fine. So he eventually gives them the phone with the password. They find a meme on his phone that had been saved to his photos from a chat thing. It's basically a picture of J.D. Vance with no hair and a big fat face. That's literally all it is. And they stuck him in a cell for 5.5 hours or something, then turned him around, stuck him on the next flight back to Norway. This is why I'm not going to go to America for the next 3 or 4
years.
This
is why flights from Heathrow are down 72% to the US.
I'm not at all surprised.
This summer.
Yeah. I mean, we were quite worried then.
And the airlines are pulling out anyway. Sorry, Ian.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, Josh went with work. Worried. Jane kept saying, get yourself a burner for you. He went, no, I'll be fine. There's nothing on.
Well, that's some of the advice I was given the last time Trump was in, because there was a chance that I was going to have to go to Florida, actually. They said, don't take your phone. Just take your company phone, which has got none of your stuff on. Use that, but leave your personal shit at home. Don't bring it. And I'm like,
well, it's like they absconded. They grabbed this guy, this German guy, in, I think it was Chicago airport. and they just decided, no, fuck it, and they locked him up. I think he was locked up in a cell for like 3 weeks. He was on holiday, and he was catching a flight to go to Canada or something, like that girl that got. And she said she was in this room with no blanket or nothing, and restricted bathroom visits.
Crazy, isn't it?
And her crime was being on holiday in America.
Yeah. And all these videos you see of people confronting ICE agents, who are just basically, people playing at, dress up, but with real guns and shit, and hassling and aggravating people. I mean, Matt Lewis.
You must have seen the senator. The senator was arrested by ICE agents. Did you see that? In his own, it was in his own building.
Adam Schiff or something.
Yeah, he wanted to ask a question. That was all.
Yeah,
and they bundled him out of the room and they locked him up. They I don't know,
Well, the guy that's running for New York mayor, who's the comptroller out there, he was giving up his spare time to go to the courts to escort people, who are being seen for immigration stuff, to make sure that they got their due process, that they were given the right rights and things. And he apparently, some ICE agents approached the guy that he was with, and he refused to, or he got in the way basically, because they were trying to obstruct this guy from what it was rightfully he was able to do or something. I don't know. And then he gets arrested and then released 8 hours later, and it's all over the news. I mean, it's just,
Alison's coming home, isn't she?
Who?
Alison
Cassidy. Yeah.
She can't get out quick enough.
No.
I'm going to have to go because I think they want to lock this place up.
Right. Yeah, I think my tea's almost ready. So
yeah, it's nearly tea time. What time is it?
10 almost.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Right, chaps. I'll see you later.
See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, mate. Actually, I've asked her to come back on the show.
Or Ali.
Yeah, when she gets back.
Yeah, when she gets back, absolutely.
Tell us all
she's
about it.
Only a couple of weeks away, isn't she? I think.
Well, I think she's on a green card, but
I mean, she's been out there for years. But yeah, I think she's probably on a green card. But she's.
But they were saying, Marilyn was saying on SOR, she goes, well, there's people here that have been here like 11 years, and they haven't applied and stuff like that. And I said, well, one thing you've got to remember is, say you're a guy, you've come in from Mexico, Puerto Rico, wherever, right? You've walked across into the US, you're in Texas, you're looking for work, and you get a job picking, I don't know, corn, grapes, whatever, right? Probably grapes, right? Or some sort of fruit that's very hard to have a machine do, right? You paid $3 an hour. In the meantime, you've got to eat, sleep.
Yeah.
Got to have somewhere to sleep, haven't you? And so they're on. So even if they're doing a 40-hour week, for instance, let's say they're doing a 40-hour week, they're bringing home $120 a week, essentially, really, and all their bills got to come out of that.
Yeah.
And there was a guy come up on Google. They said that the best he could do was to put aside $1.75 a month towards his application, right? And it took him, well, it was something like 3 or 4 years to get the $770 or $720, whatever it was, together to make the application. Just to make the application.
Yeah.
Never mind then the process after all that as well.
Yeah.
And you have to, and so you got these people where they have to, with hand on heart, sing the Star-Spangled Banner to the flag, and cite the Pledge of Allegiance as well. And it's just, they don't. I say, oh no, it's really easy to become a citizen in the United States. They go, no, it ain't.
No.
No, if it was some poor sod coming up from South Africa, South America, it isn't.
Yeah. A lot of people who get green cards are sponsored by their employers,
Yes,
and their
yeah.
employers will
Yeah. Now,
either
if they're
contribute or fund.
sponsored, apparently their green card application is cheaper as well if they're
Yeah,
sponsored.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the more sponsors, the better.
Yeah.
But
because I think I can. I think if my company said I needed to go and work in America or wherever, they would pay for it all. They'd pay sponsorship, relocation fees, all that kind of stuff. But we actually, the funny thing is, the company I work for actually makes the green card. The actual card.
Oh, right.
We
okay.
make it. We make that card and have done for many years.
Yeah.
No,
You see, a lot of these people that are there would quite happily, seek work in Mexico if there was any.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
I mean, sometimes, people come in political asylum, whatever. It's not just a case of looking for work. But of course, now all these Trump supporters are turning around going, oh, they're really pissed off with Trump because now their workforce has gone.
Hello, Brexit.
Go, look, you can't have it both ways, dickweed.
Exactly.
Fuck's sake. And how dumb do you have to be to not realise that when you're voting for it?
Yeah.
I don't know. But I think the civil war within the Republican Party has already started.
Oh, yeah. I mean, lots of people are saying, oh, well, it'll all be over in 2 or 3 years' time. Some people are actually saying it'll all be over next year because the midterms come up. And if the Democrats win one or both of the houses, then he'll be a lame duck president because he'll have 2 years where he probably won't be able to get anything through. Well, he's not putting anything through fucking Congress and Senate as he should be doing. Like, he shouldn't have been dropping bombs on Iran without Congress's say-so. He should be, a lot of the stuff that he and his things have been doing over the last year or so should have gone through Congress, didn't. So then they get sued, and then they have to kind of roll it all back. I mean, it's just bonkers. It's almost like they're just throwing all of this stuff at you.
But suing him isn't hurting him.
No, but it's getting the decisions overturned and overruled. I mean, the thing is, these people aren't going to. They don't want power for a couple of years or 3 or 4 years. They want power long term, and I doubt. I say I doubt. I mean, even I'm questioning it. The Constitution clearly states that no president shall serve more than 2 terms. And Trump has always been playing this kind of joke. Oh, well, I might do, or I might not. I might do, I might not. Let's just say that the American Constitution holds strong, and they won't allow him to run in for a 3rd term. They've already got a plan in place, I am sure, of who is going to run. And is it going to be a dynasty thing? So is one of Trump's sons or daughters going to run? They've got a succession plan. They have to if they want to. Because they're not going to turn around at the end of in 2028 and go, "There you go, we fucked everything up and we've got what we wanted. Bye bye." No, they want to keep doing it. This power is is what they want, and so they must have something.
I don't think the real people that have power are going to put up with it.
Well,
because anybody thinks that it's the government that runs the US, they're fucking delusional. It's the same as here.
Yeah.
Probably it's the same with most countries, to be honest.
At the end of the day, it's whoever puts enough money behind the respective candidates, or the most money. I mean, I'm now reading stuff that's apparently. I mean, I can't prove this, but it's not just something that's come out in the last, or certainly as quickly as they did when Biden won the election. But there are now credible reports of the election being rigged, absolutely being rigged. Even though Donald Trump would, he would say that if he lost, the system was rigged. No, it was rigged by him and his lot, and actually Kamala did win. So how accurate or true that is, I don't know. But there's certainly seemingly more credible.
Well, I'll tell you what lends credence to that is Marilyn when she voted. she voted for Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
And when she got the vote paper back again, it said she'd voted for Trump. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, it's that age-old thing that if somebody wails on about something bad happening,
Yeah.
it's probably because that's exactly what they're doing. That, you know, so when Trump is going, oh, they're rigging the election, it's a great thing because
yeah,
if he loses, there's his answer: the election was rigged. If he wins, then they beat the corruption. He can't actually lose, but the chances are that he or they, you know, were rigging the election themselves. Yeah. I don't know. You know, it'd be interesting. But
it's like they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs.
It's at the moment there's no. I'm starting to see bits of credible opposition, credible pushback from the Democrats or people on the opposite side of the aisle.
Why has it taken 6 months? How bad does it have to get before they get off their arse?
Exactly. You'd like to think that they are building a rock solid thing, but you know, you see Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who I think is brilliant and should at one point, I'm sure she'll be running for president, going out to these rallies, and these rallies are attracting way more people than Trump did to his fucking pissy military parade, which was like empty. So there's enough people in America, it would seem, that are of the mind that, you know, this is wrong and that their country is genuinely being destroyed and stolen from underneath them.
Yeah.
So
because I don't think because that military parade, I don't think I've ever seen soldiers who didn't want to be there as much as that lot. They were deliberately not walking in step.
I know, that was just like mental.
It's like not dancing in time. It's very hard to do.
Yeah,
you know.
I looked at it and thought, oh, this is what army personnel. They're marching. This is supposedly the biggest, proudest army on the face of the planet. Yes, I heard. I did.
And you know that he wanted them to like turn sharply and salute at him as they walk by, instead of just keep on walking straight and fucking ignore him.
Yeah.
So,
anyway, as you've just heard, I've been summoned for my dinner.
Well, it's dog's dinner time.
I know, yes. Din-dins.
Din-dins. No.
All right, mate. I will see you later.
See you all later, in fact.
Yes, indeed. Take care.
All right, see ya.
Bye-bye.